Bore da a chroeso ato ni ar fore llun yma ar S4C, ble mae Nia Roberts a'r tîm yn aros amdano ni yng nghalon bwrlwm y Ffair Aeaf yn Llanelwedd.
Well, good morning and welcome once again to the Royal Welsh Showground at Llanelwedd for this year's Winter Ffair. And it's that time of year that reminds us that Christmas is on the horizon. And as one of the finest prime stock shows in Europe, the Winter Ffair draws crowds from far and wide to enjoy 2 days packed full of competition, festivities, and of course Christmas shopping. And we'll be broadcasting live here on S4C between 10 in the morning and 4 in the afternoon today and tomorrow, so you won't miss a thing. Now then, whilst the on-screen presenters are going to introduce themselves, let's have a quick chat with our team of experts. Let's start with Gerald Lewis. Good morning, Gerald.
Good morning, all.
Now, and what is it that makes this Winter Ffair so special?
Well, for the cattlemen, as we're looking at the moment, then to win the ultimate prize in winning the Supreme Championship in the Winter Ffair would be every showman's dream. Winning in local shows and that, obviously, their local shows means a lot, and in the summer shows. But when we come to the business end, which this is the business end of the cattle section, commercial beef, everybody wants to win this.
And Emma, Storm Burt, thankfully, has been and gone. A lot of people have struggled to get here, but with the pictures we saw earlier on, weather conditions are fine at the moment, blue skies, and there's a bit of a buzz around the place.
Oh, it's lovely here today. Like you said, the weather is glorious. It's not too cold. It really is nice. And yeah, there's a great atmosphere out there. And as you say, it's the start of Christmas for many. I definitely feel like that. And there's lots of places to visit in the food hall and lots of Christmas shopping to be done. So it's mainly about the sheep and cattle and the pigs for us, but a little bit of shopping on the side as well.
Yes, there's a bit of everything at the Winter Ffair. Anwen Griffiths, now then you'll be keeping an eye on what's going on in the horse ring. What can we expect to see over the course of the next 2 days?
Well, good morning. This morning we're going to have the Welsh part-breds, followed by the coloured, and then the start of the Welsh ponies with the Section A's before the Section B's. So I'm looking forward to a fun, full-filled competition. And then tomorrow we'll have the other sections, the C's and the D's in the ring, with the larger sports horses as well. So 2 very full days of some fantastic stock, hopefully.
And it is, Gerald, the Winter Ffair. We've heard this expression, from the gate to the plate. It just follows the whole process, doesn't it?
Yes, indeed. The farmers that have, majority of the stock that will be on show here will be bred by somebody else, and most of the showmen will purchase an animal which they think will take them to success here today. So right from the farmers will come here to watch their animal, and hopefully their animal will go through with the showman all the way to the end. So as you're quite correct in saying, it is from the farmers that produce the animal will be here to see it, and all the animals, unfortunately for them, except for maybe a few that might go on to breed, will end up in our shops.
But then also you can go for the plate bit, you can visit the food hall, and you can see what an amazing selection of producers then, what they do with that produce as well. And you get to try and taste the best of Welsh produce here at the show as well.
Well, we'll hear more from Emma, Gerald and Anwen shortly.
Dyn man ffyddloniaid.
Yes, O come all ye faithful. Well, the faithful have come once again to the showground here at Llanelwedd, and there was quite an attendance at the carol service last night as well.
Always brilliant to hear some fantastic singing.
Ac o deiwch i'r ffair os fedrwch chi. Da ni yn
Yes, of course, if you can't make it to the showground at Llanelwedd for the Winter Fair, just to remind you, we'll be broadcasting live till 4 o'clock in the afternoon today and tomorrow. Now then, let's have a quick look at the weather forecast. Branwen, Gwyn, just reminding everybody, of course, how dreadful the storm has been over the last couple of days. And if you want the latest information regarding some of the flood warnings, then you can refer to the Natural Resources Wales website. Today, well, there'll be some scattered showers coming in from the west as the day progresses. But it's going to be drier in the east, and the temperatures, as you can see, varying from 7 degrees to about 11 degrees in the south. But tonight, the showers will continue drifting in from the west, and there'll be clear skies this evening, and of course the temperatures will drop, as you can see. Tomorrow, plenty of blue skies above. It'll be cloudier during the afternoon. Temperatures here in Llanelwedd, by the way, as you can see, about 7 degrees centigrade.
Well, Nia
is just saying that the agricultural industry has been in the headlines quite a bit recently, but what's going to make the headlines during the course of the next 2 days? And it's a shop window to the industry here in Wales, and as Gerald was mentioning before, Nia's just talking about the fact that, the emphasis at the Winter Fair is from the gates to the plate, as it were, and she's with Maynard, of course, who will be spending most of her time in the sheep ring during the course of the next 2 days, and then she'll be keeping a keen eye on what will be going on in the sheep ring during the course of the 2 days. And the atmosphere this morning has been quite a buzz there. It's been a tough time for the agricultural industry here in Wales, but it's nice to be at the Winter Fair. People are glad to see each other and have that conversation and talk from noon until night. Generally, it's going to be the continental breeds that's been the fashion within the last couple of years as they come to the fore. But who knows what will be happening during the course of the next 2 days. Now then, obviously tomorrow, there's competition today, but tomorrow, of course, we'll be looking forward to the auctions, and we'll see how deep the pockets are during the course of the auction tomorrow. And of course, we've got a little competition, a kind of an opinion poll, if you like, and we're going to ask you to guess what will be the price during the auction for the Supreme Champion tomorrow. Is it between 300 and 600, between 600 or 900, between 900 or 1200, or above the 1200 mark? If you want to take part, well, visit the website. It's s4c.cymru /Ffair Aeaf. Now, let's see what Maynard thinks. It depends on the pairs. I won't go any further than that. So you're quite welcome to take part in an opinion poll. We'll be having a look later on this afternoon to see what your views are.
Texel glas fan hyn atha pertau dion nhw gyda flech o arian trwyddo nhw gyd.
And Maynard just says she'll be keeping an eye on the blue Texels next. And we'll join her later on, of course. And don't forget, there's more than one way to be able to watch the broadcast here from the Royal Welsh. You can watch on S4C. Of course, there's quite a few different platforms you can view. You can watch S4C Click, YouTube, iPlayer,
English language commentary and subtitles.
And English language commentary, of course, is available. And don't forget the highlights programme that will be on the television about 9 o'clock in the evening. And for more information, s4c.cymru/Ffair Aeaf is the place to go.
Wel, dyma ni felly nôl.
Right, let's head to the cattle ring for our first visit of the day there. And it's the pedigree Limousin heifers. So let's head over and join Emma and Gerald.
Thank you very much, Gareth. Yes, one of the most popular breeds we'll see here at the Winter Ffair, Gerald, the Limousins.
Well, yes, the Limousin pedigrees or Limousin sire animals, yes. And over recent years, they have been quite sort of, I won't say dominant, but very, very strong in the representation of them coming through to the final and obviously taking the overall. We have seen a pedigree Limousin heifer come to the fore many years ago, so maybe we are looking at the winner in the first class of all. Who knows them? But
you don't know? No, definitely not. That's something we've learned over the years, isn't it? It's,
we might think they're very, very good from here, but the man that's in the middle is in charge of selecting an animal which he destined to be the one to go forward. And the best animal in every class will go forward to the Heifer Championship, which we will see tomorrow. So all sections then, right throughout the show, from the Limousins, Belgian Blues, Herefords, every animal on show, the winner of every section will go through to the Heifer Championship. So our first look at Mr. Di Thomas, showman himself, Di from up there in Croeso, Gwylich. Di himself was in the halter here many years ago, I believe in 2015 with a heifer, and he did win that overall championship. And just for a little plug, it was actually bred by a good friend of mine, and Gareth and Avril Jones up in Blind Wine Garnel up in Llywelyn. And as I stated earlier, a lot of these showmen then actually purchase an animal and then they take it forward to the shows during the summer, local Christmas shows, and as I stated earlier on, then to the ultimate game here in the Royal Welsh Winter Ffair.
Yes, he won with the famous Miss Wales, and it was quite interesting. We saw after that, we saw quite a fashion afterward. A lot of heifers that have been called Miss wherever they came from then. So it created a little trend there with his successful heifer. Lovely class of heifers in front of us here, and as a judge then he will be assessing these animals not on breed points as they do in the summer show, but as a finished animal that will be going for food production. So we will be measuring or assessing what we call the conformation. That's the shape and the muscling of the animal, and of course the fat then, how well finished the animal is. And we can see him going over the ribs there. That's one way they would check on the finish. And he's at the back end of the animal now, or the hind quarter, which is where the most expensive cuts of meat are, so that really is important. And he's just going forward there, checking the loin there, and the loin has become really quite important in the beef production in recent years then.
I'm going to slightly contradict you, Ems, in terms of expensive cuts. Things have moved slightly then. We used to see the back end was the business end of the animals that we used to quote, but let's move forward. It's a general carcass right throughout now, and where he's actually feeling at the moment on the loin, and that has become
as I said,
very
the loin, the loin has come a lot more important in
show animals
in
now.
Recent years.
since the introduction of the continental animals as of many years ago now, then they came over here, and it was the look at the back end on that, like that's where is the business end, the most productive end. But things have changed dramatically especially in the show world and in the marketing of these livestock that we have. And as Gareth alluded earlier on, then we see a continental animal has come to the fore predominantly every year, I believe, since the fair has been going. Will we ever see a native breed come to the fore? I do not know, but I do believe that we'll see some exceptional native breeds later on in our local breed in the Blacks and in Aberdeens, and who have improved their conformation quite a bit, haven't they? And hopefully one day they might rival the continental breeds then.
83 kilo.
Di here will judge every heifer in every heifer section all the way through the show here this morning, and then we'll have a different judge we'll see later on in the steer section. But anyway, we'll have to come back in a little while to see how Di is done.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground. This is the first day of this year's Winter Fair, and we're going to head over now to the horse ring, as you can see in the background. So let's join Anwen.
So yes, we're heading up there, and we can see now that the first class in the Welsh part-bred section is entering the ring. So this is the colt, filly or gelding foal class for the small Welsh part-breds, which are calculated not to exceed 148 centimetres at maturity. So what we would class as the ponies. There we have a wonderful shot of our very glamorous judge, Sarah Williams, from North Wales. She's from Parciau Stud, who has had many a success here at both the Winter Fair and the Royal Welsh with her horses over the years. So the first class here now is 24 were actually entered, and we've had a good strong entry of 11 that have come forward. Now with the part breeds, we have a mixture of types of ponies, because they need to have a minimum of 12.5% Welsh ponies in their bloodlines. So because of that, there is such a variety of pony within this class. So here we see Wyn Morris with his young filly foal, which looks like she will be a riding pony type as she grows up, but a small, probably to mature at 12.2. Here we see Debbie Bell Uri's Rye Hall Sloane Square, handled today by Daniel Tarpey. Another little riding pony, who I'm sure will be a lovely child's pony in the future. A nice little daisy cutting movement there. So the judge here has got a hard task in front of her to just have a look and see what type she wants to go for. Now, as you can see here, running and doing their individual show is exhibit number 2018. That's Leah Roberts with Llwyn Starlight Express, bred by the family up in North Wales. So a fantastic achievement for them to be here with their homebred pony. And as you can see now, this exhibit, being a foal, is having a little bit of a temperamental moment in front of all the atmosphere. The Winter Fair is predominantly for the young stock, so it's the shop window for all the breeders. So we only have classes for foals and yearlings. So it is a big ask for some of these youngsters to come into this strange atmosphere and to perform. Here now we have Debbie Barr's Westville Tontos Last Dream, a nice little colour there, who I'm sure we will see later on in the crossover classes for the colours. And that's another advantage of the Welsh part-breds, is that they can enter a multitude of classes and have a little bit more fun for their owners. Here we see exhibit number 2004. That's Matthew Everett and Adrian Chapman's Salter Celtic Isle. A similar type to the riding ponies we've already seen trotting out, but will finish a little bit larger. So this one looks like it may be a 13.2 type. So as you can see here, another little foal, unfortunately having a little bit of a tantrum. It's very difficult, no matter how much you practice at home, you cannot recreate this atmosphere. And some of these ponies, it'll be their first time out. So here we have 2006, and that's Trudy Golding's Imperial High Velocity, handled today by Adam Birch. So when it finally gets going, it's got a lovely movement there. So it's a fantastic start for a lot of these ponies. No matter how much they misbehave here, they will go home feeling very tired, but they'll have absorbed a lot today, and hopefully they'll go on to have a fantastic life with a lot of experience. So we'll come back to this class later on to see how Sarah is getting on.
Thank you very much, Anwen. Yes, we'll be back there shortly. In the meantime, let's have our first visit to the sheep ring, and we'll join Gerald and Emma again.
Thank you very much. Yes, our first visit today, and we're going in with the big guns, Gerald. We're joining the class, which is for a pair of Dutch Texel lambs.
Yes, it's usually the butcher's weights and the Dutch Texels that usually usually rank quite highly within the show in the prize list later on, don't they? So maybe we're having a look at the overall champion, but it's a long, long way to go yet.
Yes. So there's a lot of classes in the lamb sections at the Winter Fair then. So a lot of pure-bred sections, which is what we've got here. So these will be a pair of pure Dutch Texel lambs, and then later on then we will have many cross-bred section classes as well then.
And we have a judge that has travelled a bit of distance, because throughout the show here there isn't too many judges have travelled very far today then. So this gentleman is Mr. Stuart Clatworthy from Somerset. His wife and himself run a butcher's business. So obviously a butcher that by trade should know
should know one end of a lamb to the other then, shouldn't he?
Well,
stock dda fan hyn y Winter Ffair. Mae'n neis I gweld bod y sioe yn dal mewn mlaen, achos ni'n clywed lawr y south-west.
There we go, he's been very thorough, as we said with the heifers, the cattle earlier. He will be looking for similar things really, the conformation, which refers to the shape, the muscling of an animal, and then the finish then, which is the fat covering of the animal. And it is important, the fat covering, isn't it? Because that's where you get your flavour when you cook your meat.
Yes, indeed, but judging a pairs competition is quite difficult, because we have some exceptional good stockmen with a very, very good with the shears, and they can hide parts. So it is up to all judges here today judging pairs competition. If the emphasis is in the title of the class, in the pair, isn't it?
Yes, so and as you say, with the pair, they have to be matching, isn't it?
They do indeed. A
lot of us are lucky enough to have a good animal now and again, but to get too matching then is really quite a skill, and these exhibitors will have picked from a pen full of them to get a matching pair together then. And as you say, they're turned out to perfection, aren't they? Clipped and styled.
Like there's a classic there, isn't it? That the one looks a little bit wider than the other one from here, doesn't it?
From here, yes.
But the judge is the man that's going to count, isn't it?
Definitely, and he'll be handling them as well. And,
yes, indeed, yeah.
The wool can cover a lot of the little mistakes now, can't it?
As I stated, there's some exceptional good stockmen out there with the clippers and with the shears and that, so it's up to the judge then to assess what is underneath all that wool and
the cattle then, they're weighed in their classes, and the sheep then, they're weighed as a pair as well then. So the pair we see in front of us from Howell Williams now comes in at 99.5 kilos. But the judge has got a busy time ahead of him in this class. We'll come back to see if he's come to any results.
Well, Croeso, it's a quick hop-step jump from the sheep ring to the cattle ring, and we'll stay with Gerald and Emma.
Yeah, we're back in, thank you Gareth, we're back in the ring with the pure Limousin heifer, Mr. Thomas, still working hard. I can assure you that I'd like to go out and tell Mr. Thomas he's going to have a lot harder classes than this to judge, and numerical numbers as well. So,
this is his warm-up class, isn't it?
Fair comment, yeah. This is the start of it, yes.
Mae'n sharp, mae'n glos fyd.
As I alluded to before, and in Gareth asking the question then, that most of the animals that are on display here today will end up in butcher shops or whatever, but perhaps some of these pure Limousin heifers here in display, there might be somebody in the crowd that would fancy having a purebred heifer with exceptional conformation, and maybe the odd heifer out of this class might stand a chance to go on to breed, as in later life.
So I do believe that's number 4 at the head of the class. I think that's the top end, Gerald.
Yes, indeed.
From J&I Phillips, that's Red Dragon Imperial. And coming in at 687 kilos live weight.
Looks as if Mr. Thomas has made his decision.
Thumbs up. The stewards are coming out with the rosettes, and indeed it is Red Dragon Imperial that's taken the first
pedigree Limousin. A mae'r garden goch yn mynd I...
Indeed, as you said earlier, Gerald, she will come back out again then in the overall heifer classes.
Yes, we will see number 4 tomorrow.
Wel, Ifan, llongfarchiadau ti rhoi.
Good start for the show for the J&I Phillips there.
Pili pa lan y bola tyma bach cyn mewn y clas ma, achos...
Looking forward to tomorrow.
Yes, it'll be very exciting. That's when we really get the competition really heats up, isn't it?
Quite right, this is like a preliminary heat, which they have to get through to start, and then...
It's just like the FA Cup, isn't it?
The FA Cup, yeah.
Love the fact that even as a handler he said his butterflies in his tummy were still going before he came in this class.
It is for everyone,
so,
isn't
yes,
it?
it is. It's quite an achievement to come out of the Royal Welsh Winter Ffair here with a red rosette, whether it's in every section of the show. But then we'll come back then, we'll see this later on. We'll see tomorrow if Mr Phillips is successful.
Gwylio'r Ffair Aeaf ar y tiw dros y mynyddoedd, a'r gwaith caled wedi talu ffordd. Llongfarchiadau, Ifan. Diolch yn fawr, thank you.
Wel, mae'r gystadlu wedi cychwyn yn gynnar yma yn y Cylch Moch. Dwi'n teimlo'n gyfforddus iawn ma, chos mae gwmni...
Well, we've seen some cattle, we've seen some sheep, and we're going to join the pigs now, Gerald.
Yes, it's a show to cover majority of the commercial animals in the country, and the pigs now have become quite strong in the Winter Fair in recent years.
They really have. The numbers have gone up, and we had a tremendous show of pigs at the summer show this year, so it's great to see them back here at the Winter Fair as well. So there's competitions in the pigs for pairs, like we see for the lambs, but also the singles as well. And here we are doing the modern breed of pork pig between 55 and 70 kilos. So we have them split into different weights. We have the pork, baconers and the cutter sizes as well.
Quite an interesting job going on here, in the judges, as we cover the pigs in the summertime. This particular judge now, because he's judging the carcass or what is under the jacket of this particular pig, he is hands-on, and we don't see that very often in the pig classes. And obviously our judge, Mr Robert Evans, who actually judged here at the Winter Fair 6 years ago, and he is actually in the pen with the pig, putting his hands on, trying to assess how he actually thinks that pig is actually handling, and whether he thinks it's very soft, then obviously probably it will be a little bit on the fat side, and
it's quite,
he's interested in seeing how actually hard the pig is, probably, isn't he?
It's quite hard to assess by hand actually how fat a pig is. They are quite deceiving, but much easier to judge the conformation. Of course, as we said, talked a bit of stock judging in the past, and I said the pigs are the easiest because they're not wearing any jumpers like a sheep does. But
there's not much clipper work in this year's work.
No, not much. No,
in the parts of this.
No.
What you see is what you get.
Absolutely. So
a good strong class of pigs anyway, to be fair, and
they are. I'm not mostly Welsh in this class then, although the class is open to any modern breed. Yeah, so there is a weight restriction on these classes then. So the pork pigs come in at between 55 and 70 kilos. And then the cutters are heavier, with the baconers being the heaviest of all. It's not quite as chaotic as the summer shows, Gerald. They've all got their pens.
It spoils our fun in commentating, doesn't it? Not quite so much running around and bumping into one another, and Mr. Owen is Mr. Evans, sorry, is taking his time to assess every animal, and which is justified, because it takes a lot of work for these handlers and owners to get these pigs to this particular condition, and they're justified in having a final examination before he awards the reward. But we will see in a short while. Mr. Evans has decided.
So he's just in the pig from Myrddin James there.
Mr. Evans is keeping us in suspense, and Ems will have to come back in a little while to see what decision he makes.
Working very hard there indeed.
Rown ni fynd yn y ddwy iddo fo, ddwn ni nôl i weld y penderfyniad wedyn. Diolch yn fawr i chi'ch dau am y tro.
Diolch.
Croeso nôl I chi at Gylch y Defed nawr te Aaron Hughes.
And talking about working hard, it looks like the judge has been working hard while we've been away, Gerald, and we do look to have a bit of a line-up here in front of us now. And it's quite interesting, isn't it? In the summer, they're judged on breed points, and we can see a sheep there with a large spot in her wool, and that would have been judged down in the summer show, but those things really don't matter at the moment.
Tipyn o record gyda nhw, Elin.
Yeah, definitely. A gobeithio bod nhw'n gallu cadw o heddiw te. Wneud mae halls efo...
Yes, indeed. Different judges have different strategies or different ways of judging, or lineups, I should say, and it has kept us in suspense on many occasions.
And I've got it wrong on several occasions.
Yes, indeed,
which way
because
they're
the standards is exceptional, and that, but it looks as if Mr. Cartworthy has arrived at a decision. And
Lloegr a Chymru yw I, ynddo fe?
Ie, mae'n amlwg, mae'n mynd I fod fel la, fi'n credu fydd yn wahanol result i'r rygbi matches felly. Ond felly mi chance dyn ni fan hyn felly, pwy o wyr?
A ni mynd edrych fel beth ar beirdd yr oesel I fendith ar...
Perhaps we don't see very often Ems in a black spot on the land, but there we go, he has
didn't make a difference today.
Made his final assessment of this very, very strong class of pure Texel lambs, and it is the whole family who are regular exhibitors in the Royal Welsh Show, and Winter Ffair here that have had a very good start to the show, and I'm sure they're quite excited about progressing in the competition later on, because all pairs will come forward to the championship. So we'll hear what Mina has to say.
First red card of the day.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah. And this little one with a black spot, I think, is it a male or a female?
It's a male, but it's still special.
And it's got a red card.
Yeah.
Fourth time you've won this competition now. That's amazing, isn't it?
Well, it is, but the competition's getting stiffer every year, so we'll just have to wait and see what happens now.
Wel, pob lwc I chi. Diolch yn fawr. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground on this, the first day of the Winter Fair. We're with you live until 4 o'clock in the afternoon today. But in the meantime, let's head on straight to the horse ring and rejoin Anwen.
So we're back up at the first class of the day, the small Welsh part-bred under 14.2, well, to mature under 14.2. It looks like our judge Sarah Williams from Caernarfon has done all the initial shows, and she's having them walk around one final time before she does her final pull-in. So Sarah has had many a success over the years with her own ponies here at the Royal Welsh and the Winter Fair, mainly with her horse Seiont Rhin, which was a ridden Welsh Section D, but she's also won several championships with her own homebred Parciau Mab William, and it does look like she has decided on her first place, and that goes to 2004. That's Matthew Everett and Adrian Chapman's Salter Celtic Isle, and in second there we have 2023, that's Wyn Morris with Wink's Gift of Gold, and then in third it looks like we have 2021, and that's Rudry Sunshine from Mark Tamplin. So for all of you that at home are interested in the breeding, Salter Celtic Isle, sired by Brookville Celtic Isle, who was a Royal Welsh champion himself, and a half-brother to Trindod Celtic Lord, which is also a winner here at the Winter Fair and the Royal Welsh. And then second place then was Wink's Gift of Gold, bred and exhibited by Wyn Morris from Pembrokeshire. And this little filly has had a good season so far, winning first at the National Foal Show and going champion at Clwyd, Welsh Pony and Cob Association, Anglesey Winter Fair, and champion at Ynys Môn. And then Mark Tamplin then in third with Rudry Sunshine, a lovely little Palomino filly who was champion at Avon and Borders. So the red card is being handed out. So congratulations to all involved for Matthew Everett and Adrian Chapman. We are, and as we spoke of earlier, this excitement with all these foals getting a little bit too much there for the winner. So the coveted red card being handled, and we'll see now what David has to chat with him.
Fabulous start, bless him. And of course, the father has won quite a bit here in the past, hasn't he? Am I right in saying he's been champion here?
He was champion at the Royal Welsh 18 and 19, and he had a brother champion sport horse in 22 here, so at the Winter Fair, this half-brother to him. So
it must have been perhaps a fair journey down for you, I think, from Yorkshire. Was it to the fair?
5 hours.
5 hours. The weather conditions weren't the best, probably.
No, not in that wind.
Have you got any more here now over the next 2 days?
I have a yearling filly in the small part-breds, and that's it. Of course, the other ones for the sport horse I've left at home.
Oh, no worries. Well, all the best and congratulations.
Thank you very much, David.
Yeah.
There we are. A bit of a sprightly lap of honour there from the winner of our first class of the day, the small Welsh part-breds to mature under 14.2. That's Salter Celtic Isle for Matthew Everett and Adrian Chapman.
Wel, dyma'r ail ddosbarth yn adran y gwartheg yn y
So we join now the second class of cattle in the Winter Fair then, which is the pure Welsh Black heifers. And
yes, and Mr. Di Thomas here has changed colour. So not quite the confirmation of the last cattle we've seen, but still very good within their own right, and as we alluded to earlier on, now we're going to see a native breed animal coming to the fore. Well, obviously in this class we will, because they're all natives, but the winner of this particular section will go forward tomorrow and represent the Welsh Black cattle in the overall
Yes, it's interesting.
championship.
In the summer show, we have a different judge for each breed, but here at the Winter Fair, we have one judge who will judge all the heifers in their classes, and then we'll have a different judge this afternoon who will judge all the steers. And then interesting, isn't it, Gerald, that tomorrow they will come together then and judge the overall winner together, won't they?
Yes, indeed, they will.
And five
heifers forward here in front of us have quite a significant weight range, ranging from 470 kilos, the lightest animal, and up to 594 kilos, which is the heaviest. And I would go as far to say, probably then Mr. Thomas here, Dai, would like an animal, obviously, as it appears in recent history then that the animals in the show were up there around that 600 plus kilos to produce a carcass, obviously, of a significant size. And 470 kilos of probably, and a native animal would be a little bit light and probably wouldn't mature enough because they are a little bit young, aren't they? You know, so
that is right, yes.
And native cattle actually do take quite a while, a little bit longer, I should say, to mature properly rather than the continental animals. So,
well, yeah, although they do put fat down quite easily.
Thomas here has to. As we stated earlier, there is a lot more. There's no woolly jumper on top of these, is it? It's
no, but they do have quite hairy jumper
on top of these, yeah. So Mr. Thomas here has to assess what is underneath this hairy jumper.
Yes.
And as you can see there, he's feeling across the top of the ribs and the loin, and as I stated earlier on, then a lot of these, perhaps, as prospective buyers outside the ring would like to own this particular pedigree bloodlines, which is running throughout these Welsh Black heifers, isn't it? And a lot of pedigree herds are bred on significant bloodlines, and if they wanted to have a new, usually they got their own bloodlines running throughout their own herds, haven't they? And then they produce a bull, but these heifers might be a new bloodline to come into their herds.
We haven't seen any glitter yet, Gerald.
Oh, no. That's in your little Welsh Black lambs, that is, later on. That's when you come to the fore, yeah.
I don't know.
I've been waiting for that one, mind, you know, you believe me.
I think if I had a Welsh Black heifer,
I think you're getting to know me quite well. You've got that statement in quite early. 5 very similar animals, though,
They are very similar in style. And all turned out really nicely. A lot of work goes in before any show, isn't it? Whether stockman to turn them out for show-ready condition.
Yes, and you must emphasise the fact that, like, these animals are handled exceptional by the handlers, you know, for the judge to put his hands on. Yes. And they are fit animals then, aren't they? You know, which obviously have been very, very well fed to come to the fore, and obviously then the temperament has to be right. And to be fair to the stockmen and handlers, you know, we don't see too many animals behaving badly, do we? They're all well handled. And but anyway, we'll have to come back in a little while when Mr. Thomas will reach his decision on this final Welsh Black class.
Yes, that's it for the cattle ring for the time being, but we'll stay with Gerald and Emma as we return to the pig ring, I think.
Thank you, Gareth. Yes, the competitions are moving along quickly here this morning at the Royal Welsh Showground, and we're back with class 141, which was the single pork pig between 55 and 70 kilos.
Mr. Robert Evans, as we've seen earlier on, is sure close to making his final decision.
It's quite hard for us to see from here, really, with all the pigs penned individually. And this judge really he's earning his lunch ticket today, isn't he? Working very hard. And young handler there as well, doing his very best to show off to his pig. And interestingly, even though this class is open to many different modern breeds, they are all Welsh pigs, a breed of pig that we see coming to the fore so many times here at the Winter Fair.
Mr. Evans states that he has been looking for a pig with natural style and a well-balanced pig. So I presume in well-balanced he means that they're not excessively back end or that, but right throughout, a good carcass pig. As you stated, Ems, these pigs are between 55 and 70 kilos, so only 15 kilos difference between the heaviest and the lightest, so we should be quite consistent for Mr. Evans to assess and probably make his job a little bit easier with a uniform size of pig to class.
Yes, there's not too much of a
more
difference.
difficult, perhaps.
But then that's how this is how they would be classed as well for sale as well,
I see,
with the different grades of meat then as well. Like obviously we've got pork pig here, and then we go on to the larger baconer pigs as well later on. So you've got the difference in the meat as well then. And some pig farms, they are geared up for selling all the pigs as porkers, and then others then they're geared up for producing bacon pigs.
As you alluded to then, Em, then it is open to all the breeds, but it's all Welsh.
Yeah, all
pigs
modern.
that have come forward here today,
yes.
so we do see in the summer shows, we see all the other different breeds, and we see a lot of what perhaps is the continental of the breed. We haven't seen any petrins then, have we? And
no, it is interesting.
They are predominantly meat pigs, aren't they?
I think maybe if we're lucky enough to come back to some classes later on in the day, we'll see some of them then. And I'm really looking forward as well to seeing some of the native classes as well, or traditional, we call them in the pigs.
A job, mae'n challenge to
perhaps it is an emphasis then, mind, that the Welsh pig is a very strong. We see that in the winter, in the Raw Welsh in the summer, and the Welsh pig is very strong in winning championships, doesn't it? In the
not that
summer.
many years ago, they were classed as rare, and I'm not sure if they ever got down to an endangered numbers, but so fantastic to see them come back in such numbers. But it does look like we've got a red card coming somewhere, and the judge there heading to the pig from Myrddin James. Myrddin Tom, it is Myrddin James.
11.29, yes, you're quite right.
And
super
pig there.
Going to the other end of the pen
to
award second prize.
Adrian and Wendy Evans.
That's the first section of the pig section of the day.
And big class as well, 15 entries, tremendous to see.
Gwych iawn, diolch yn fawr chi'ch dau am y tro, o'n i mlaen i'r nesaf.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground. We're going to head straight to the cattle ring and join Emma and Gerald.
Yeah, thank you, Gareth. Back to the heifer class of the pedigree Welsh Black.
Yes.
Mr. Thomas has been working away since we've been away, Ems.
Yeah, and we're still
moving things around a
I was
little.
going to say they're still at it, aren't they? We're getting a line up there. Are we going for a little trade as well? No.
We actually see then, and here's a classic example then, Mr. Thomas then moving these animals around. A judge then obviously will cast his eye over these animals when they are parading round the ring initially. He will then maybe select what he thinks looks a good animal as it's going around the ring, and then he will pull them up into a lineup, where then he will go hands-on, and as we see very often then he's either disappointed in the animal that maybe is selected forward, or he's found a better animal further down the line and handles a lot better than he thought. So it's not all about locomotion, but locomotion plays quite an important part, but
yes, you
it
want
is
them,
more on hands-on realistically.
You want them to be right, but it's not as important here, isn't it? Because with the Fat Stock Show, there's only one more journey they'll make, really. But it looks like he's going straight in with a red card there for number 13. Trefychan ar Daf Dilys, the 28th. Tremendous name from Ben Reynolds. And she's coming in at 573 kilos live weight.
Thank you, Gerald. Thank you, Emma. Well, the last time we saw Nia on screen, she was in the sheep ring with Maynard, and she did mention then that she was heading for the food hall, and the food hall, of course, is the shop window for the finest food and drink here in Wales, and Nia is walking around the different stalls and looking at what's available, and people, of course, will have headed for the Winter Fair with the intention of doing their Christmas shopping, and she's joined by Charlotte Holiday, who works for Cyfan, which is the Wales Food and Drink Advisory Service, helping food producers to thrive from start-ups to established companies, and the companies that are represented here at the Winter Fair come from every corner of Wales, and we help them to sell their produce and give them advice as far as marketing is concerned. So we have this particular section here, and what's great is that in years to come we've seen previous companies who've been in this particular section have their own stall within the food hall. So Antir Brew Company, these are from the Brecon Beacons, and they have 5 different types of beer available.
Morning.
How are you doing?
Yes, you look a bit nervous.
No, never. Very relaxed.
Yeah.
You can tell.
Yeah.
How you
No,
doing?
but this is a very important stage for you. It's a great chance, isn't
Yeah,
it,
it's
to get your
fantastic.
story out there?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's great to be at the Royal Welsh Show again. We did it a couple of years ago with Cyfan. It was fantastic, so we wanted to come back again.
Okay.
So,
So have you got
Looking forward to
anything
a
new?
busy day. Yes, we've got a new winter special at the moment, so it's our Schwarzbier, so it's a black lager. So it's based on the German Schwarzbier style, so it's quite dark, quite clean drinking, but still, yeah, it's a lager style, so yeah, it's a bit different.
Okay. And you'll have plenty of tasters, I'm sure, as the day
Plenty of
goes on.
tasters, yeah. If
Bit
you like
early
one,
for me.
yeah.
All the best. Pope oil. Pope oil. Great.
And actually, that is one good thing about going around the food hall. You can have a taste of all the different products that are available. Now, this company is called On the Rocks, and they're from Pembrokeshire, and the company was established in November 2021.
We're in Pembroke Dock, so we're in Pembroke Dock, and we've just gone into a unit in Nayland, so it allows us to expand more. So at the minute we're in the kitchen, so hopefully this time next year we'll be in a much bigger unit, so we can kind of grow more and expand more as well.
So you know the spirits you use, are they produced in Wales as well?
They are, yes. So they've all got a double measure of Welsh-based spirits, and they're all award-winning. We really wanted to hone in on the Welsh spirit. That was a big plus for us. This time next year, we're going to have some really exciting developments. So by this time next year, all of the spirits will be Welsh. We're about 80% at the minute, so it's a really big push for us.
And which is your favourite?
My favourite is the espresso martini, just because it wakes me up in the morning.
And I love their bobble hats. Have a great fair. Yeah, Gwylich.
Can I just pitch in and say they've got all my good favourites there, not just the one?
The next company is the Mamgi Welsh Cakes, and they've just their Barty Rum Welsh Cakes, which has been launched today.
Yeah, good, thanks.
Oh, I'm sure they are going to go down very well with the visitors today.
Yeah. Tell me about the new, what do you call them? Kangaroo, as ni'n galw, Welsh cakes.
Yeah.
Got a new flavour.
We've got Barty Rum.
Yeah.
And then we've got a range of savoury Welsh cakes as well. But for anything from ginger to lemon to traditional. Yeah.
Which is your favourite?
My favourite would be the Barty Rum now. The raisins are infused with Barty Rum for a few days and they are just banging.
How many Welsh cakes do you have to make before you come to the Winter Fair?
Probably around about 5,000 to 10,000, I would say.
My goodness.
Yes.
And are they all made by hand?
All made by hand, yes.
Bach.
And Huckle.
Well, I hope you have a great fair. Gwnewch yn fawr o'r stondin.
Well, they've obviously been busy before coming here to Llanelwedd, and the last of the 4 companies that Cyfan are looking after is Anglesey Foods Limited.
Food Award.
Hello, Mark.
Hello, how are you?
I remember you.
You do, from the summer?
You were here in the summer.
I was, yes.
And now you come back in the winter.
Yeah, we had a great day in the summer and hoping to have a great day today too.
So do you think there'll be a different kind of audience, if you like?
I think so. There's a lot more Christmas shopping going on, I think, and that sort of thing than in the summer. So, yes.
And these are perfect for the hampers, the Christmas hampers.
Yeah, perfect. There's no artificial flavours, no preservatives, no colourings, anything like this. All naturally made in our little factory in Gaerwen.
Yeah, da iawn. And the award-winning?
The award-winning, yeah, and the finalists too. So we're quite pleased with that. We only submitted 2 products and they both won for us. So
tell me about your chilli jam. What's so special?
Well, it's fresh. It's like I say, there's no artificials in it. It's vegan friendly if you're that way inclined as well. It's not overpowering. I don't make things that blow the taste buds up. It's to complement your food, not overpower it. It's got Scotch bonnets in it, so you'll know you've eaten it, but it won't destroy your taste buds.
Okay.
Feel free to try.
I'd like to try.
And we've got, this is my favourite, I've got a cowboy chutney here, which is pineapple and jalapeno. Probably the best seller at the moment. So, yeah, going really
cowboy
well.
Chutney.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not lot o hyn yn Sir Fôn, meddyn nhw. Na, nes I ddim deud hynny. I'll have a little bit of chilli jam, please. Mi awn ni siarad am dro nes ymlaen wedyn, ia, a gan I lenwi.
And, well, Nia and Charlotte are going to stay in the food hall, and they're going to fill their own Christmas hamper. So we'll join them later on. Right then, we'll leave the food hall and we'll head for the sheep ring. So we'll join Emma and Gerald once again.
Thank you very much. We're back with the Texels in a way, Gerald, but changed colour a little bit with the blue Texels now.
Yes, indeed, and just a quick glance round there in front of our eyes is a very, very strong class.
14 pairs in this class.
Yes, indeed, and I say a lot of work been done with the clippers and the shears on these by the look of it, isn't it?
Oh, they look tremendous, don't they? What a sight.
Watch out now, you'll have to put your sunglasses on shortly, yeah? It might be a little bit of your favourite trick here.
We might get just a shimmer of it there. It might be just a little bit. So the blue Texels then, of course, are cousins to the Texel and the Dutch Texel we saw earlier, but with, of course, the black fleece then, which goes into the grey, and then they have like the grey halter mark on the faces as well. But of course, that doesn't matter here today. The judge there will be judging them purely on their conformation and their finish. So quite a variation in weights in this classes as well then, with the lightest coming up at 71 kilos for the pair, all the way up to 102 kilos for the pair. So quite a hefty pair of lambs there.
Good track record yn y Limousin.
Oes, rhaid pwerus a ffordd
Yes, indeed, and our judge has stayed in the continental and pure continental and butcher's weight classes, Mr. Stuart Clatworthy. So obviously he would handle a lot of this particular breed, I would think, through his butcher shop.
Mae da ni'r statws y dynodiadau ryddol gorchadedig, y PGI status ar ein ci coch ni.
Tremendous work has gone into getting them into this show condition.
We have seen the blue Texels doing very well, haven't we, in recent shows,
yes.
And both in the summer and in the winter competitions, and we see Mr. Clatworthy there, basically exactly the same as the cattle, what we see, feeling the loin and the back leg, obviously, which is the exceptional confirmation on these lambs.
Yeah, tremendous.
Speaking from experience, and ourselves, we sell quite a lot of lambs ourselves, and it's nice to have these big confirmation lambs, but when they're on the hook and hanging up, it does show a lot of weakness if they haven't got quite enough of food into them, and they will be weak in the loin area, but I'm sure these stockmen here have made sure that doesn't, and they've had plenty of food and doing their bit to fill out in the loin area, which is between the back end and the rib cage. Some lovely pairs of lambs here, to be fair.
Oh, tremendous, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
And that is the difficult part.
Width in these lambs, isn't it? Tremendous width.
Yeah. But balance as well. They don't look too extreme. Oh, no, there we go.
He's having a little bit of a preliminary selection by the look of it, and pulled this pair of very attractive lambs out here again, so we'll have to come back a little bit later on, Nems, to see how Mr. Clatworthy has arrived at his final decision.
Definitely.
Croeso cynnes iawn I chi yn ôl ato
Welcome
ni
back to the Royal Welsh Showgrounds for the Winter Fair, and it's been quite a busy morning, and it's blue skies above, and if you're thinking of coming and it's safe for you to do so, then obviously come and visit the Winter Fair. Half an hour ago, the official ceremony, for the opening ceremony rather, was opened by Ellen and Stefan Rattray from Aberystwyth, and they officially opened the Winter Fair earlier today, both of course from Ceredigion and nominated by this year's president, Denley Jenkins.
A ni'n dau fydd yn agor y Ffair Aeaf yn swyddogol eleni.
Nes I graddio o Prifysgol Harper Adams.
Stefan graduated from Harper Adams about 2 years ago, and he returned home to run the family butcher's business in Aberystwyth, and they have a butchery unit back home on the farm.
Dream team yn torri moch lleol ni ar gyfer y penwythnos. I ni'n prynu anifeiliaid I gyd o ffermydd lleol.
They buy all the animals from the local farms within 10 miles to Aberystwyth. Pigs, lambs, and they all come from the local area. They come back to the unit on the farm, and then we prepare them so that they can be sold at the shop.
O Henwen Hir. Ie. Rydyn ni'n cwrdd â'r cwsmeriad I gyd. Mae'n braf cwrdd â cwsmeriad regular.
And it's just saying that it's great to actually meet the customers face to face, because when you visit the show you only see them once a year. And she's currently a student on her last year at Harper Adams.
Fi'n helpu allan yn y siop gigydd.
She helps out in the butcher shop. And she helps to prepare the burgers, etc., and also helps an awful lot with the social media side of the business as well.
Mae'r Ffair Aeaf wastad I bod yn rhan bwysig iawn o'n
the Winter Fair has always been an important part of our lives since we were very young. We used to go there with the young farmers, of course. And of course the Winter Fair is the start of our preparations for for Christmas, and we buy the pigs and the beef for the shop, and it's obviously going to be a really busy period from the Winter Fair onwards.
Thank you very much.
I ni'n edrych mlaen I ddod â holl ddigwyddiadau y sioe Cardydd I ben yn y Ffair Aeaf.
We're looking forward to open the fair officially, and it is an honour to do so. And it's important that we look forward to the future and express the emphasis on the enthusiasm that the younger generation have looking forward.
Bore da. Yn gyntaf, hoffwn ddiolch I Denley a Brenda Jenkins, llywyddion sioe'r Cardydd, am rhoid y cyfle yma I Steffan a Minne. Rydym ein dau yn ei ystyried yn fraint enfawr I gael cynrychioli aelodau Ceredigion wrth agor y Ffair Aeaf yn swyddogol heddi, a hynny yn ystod blwyddyn Ceredigion fel Tir Nawdd. Mae'r ddau ohonom yn unigolion ifanc sydd yn greiddiau yn ddofn yng nghefn-gwlad Ceredigion.
Ellen's just saying and explaining that both of them, the sister and the brother herself, Ellen and Stefan, are from Ceredigion, and also saying that it's a great honour to open the Winter Fair officially, and they're very thankful to Denley Jenkins, the President, for nominating them to do so.
Mae'r Ffair Aeaf yma yn cael ei chydnabod fel un o'r sioeau amaethyddol gaeafol gorau yn y byd.
Winter Fair is recognised as being one of the best winter fairs in the world. The standard of the stock is of the highest quality and shows the best that the Welsh agricultural industry has to offer.
Dwi'n falch I fod yn cyflenwi rhai o'r busnesau arlwyo sydd yma efo cig eidon di-Cymreig a chig moch lleol. Mae rhaid camol y sioe am fyny cig Cymreig ac am ddefnyddio ei busnes annibynnol Cymru. Dwi'n edrych ymlaen I ddilyn
Stefan is just saying that he's very thankful to the Winter Fair for promoting Welsh meat and Welsh produce in general.
Mwynhewch y ddau ddiwrnod sydd o'n blaenau. Pob lwc i'r cystadleuwyr ac I
Enjoy the 2 days that are ahead, and all the best to everybody who've come here to compete. And I can now declare that the Winter Fair is open officially.
Winter Fair 2024 is officially open.
Fel dwedodd y diweddar Dai Jones, un o arwyr mwyaf y byd amaethyddol wrth gyflwyno un o'r rhaglenni cefn gwlad nôl yn 2007. Dyna i gyd ni'n gofyn, cadwch y ffermydd yma, ac i unrhyw lywodraeth sy'n bodoli, dyna i gyd ni eisiau yw'r hawl i fyw.
Croeso nôl ato ni i'r cylch ceffyle, a mae'n hollol...
Well, there we are. The Winter Fair was officially opened earlier this morning, and but we've been looking at all the competitions so far, and this is the horse ring, as we can see, so let's head over there now and join Anwen.
Thank you, Gareth. Yes, we're back up to the horse ring, where we see the second class of the day, which is the colt filly o gelding, which is calculated to mature exceeding 148 centimetres. So these are all Welsh part-breds, so again we see a variety of types. As long as there's a minimum of 12.5% Welsh bloodline in them, they qualify for the Welsh part-bred class. Here we see now Bobby Thomas from Carmarthenshire with his own Aber Gwylio'r, who has had a successful season already so far, winning in the Carmarthenshire Welsh Pony and Cob Association show a couple of weeks ago. Our judge now, for some of you who hadn't seen us earlier this morning, Miss Sarah Williams from Caernarfon, and she is had many a success here in the Winter Fair and the Royal Welsh over the years, but her highlight has been judging in the 2014 Royal Welsh show, so this is her first time at the Winter Fair, and then she spoke to us earlier and she said that she was looking for a horse or a pony that would go on to have a future under saddle. So although looks are important for her, she's going to be focusing on what will be the potential for the horse to make a good all-rounder under saddle in the future. So, as we saw in the earlier foal class for the smalls, you'll see here now a coloured, who will also cross over into the coloured class, which is coming next. And as these are all foals, again, a little bit of exuberance there. So, and as we've mentioned, what she's looking for in the future under saddle, she's still looking for the straightness and the conformation and the presence and the movement of a Welsh part-bred.
A
good class of, let me just double check my facts now before I get it wrong. There were 22 entered in this class and 12 have come forward. So there we see now doing her individual show is Heather Probert with Lanvey No Gold Digger, handled today in the ring by Bonnie. And then Sarah Evans there, of Ystwyth Stud in Aberystwyth, for Richard and Jean Evans, Ystwyth Tiger Rose, who I believe will also be competing in the coloured class thing, was reserve supreme foal at the Ceredigion show a few weeks ago. So, as these will all mature exceeding 148 centimetres, the old-fashioned 14.2 to some of you at home, the variety of what we will see here will go on to be under saddle potential to be hunters, show jumpers, eventers, and as Sarah, having previously bred ridden cobs, she's looking for something substantial but with a good straight movement and a nice pretty head. A lot of practice has gone in for some of these foals. Some of these foals is the first time out for some of them. So, and there we see now exhibit number 2045. Now, I had a word with this young lady earlier today. So her name is Sophie Wilcox, and she actually bought this horse from the cob sales a few weeks ago. So a first time out for her purchase from the Cobsales, and she's come a long way all the way from Wigan. And another coloured here, a little bit different from what we see sometimes, a nice little skewbald there, of a little bit more of a traditional type rather than the platted. So, as we spoke, so many different types for Sarah to judge here today, and with 12 forward, she's got a good class ahead of her. Eirig Einon there at the front, a prolific exhibitor here at the Winter Ffair and the Royal Welsh. It's nice to see these exhibitors supporting us year after year. Rebecca Lamb there from the Penstrumbly stud down in Pembrokeshire. So, I think we're going to have to leave Sarah here because she's got a long way to go to judge this class, so we'll see her later.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground, and we'll head straight to the sheeping. Here's Gerald and Emma.
Thank you, Gareth. Yes, we are going straight back then to the Class 92, which was the class of pure blue Texels, and it looks like The judge has been busy while we're away. We've got a bit of a line-up here, Gerald.
Yes, indeed. Mr. Clartworthy has been working very hard and he's close to making the decision.
I'd say so. Lovely pair by there.
That particular pair of lambs there then look very, very good across their back, don't they? Look,
yes.
And you can tell by the way that he's handling them.
Yeah.
They look as if they have very, very good loins. They're very square, aren't they?
Yeah. And like you say, even all the way down, doesn't seem to be.
And you can see there he's feeling the pair on the other end of the line then that looked a little bit as if they could be a bit weaker, but not quite so excessive, this particular pair of lambs, but that probably helps and they got a better top line then.
And as a breed, they kind of do sit in between the Texel and the Beltex then in general, so that probably...
Now he's looking at the...
no, they are a nice pair, aren't they? So at the moment then it's number 602, the pair from GT Davis, and they're coming in at 89.5 kilos for the pair, which is very sort of similar in weight to the pair of Dutch Texels that we saw.
There we go, he's pulled that particular pair forward.
Oh, right, okay. So I hadn't... Oh, it wasn't.
Style
I thought...
or different style of judging.
Yes,
he's taken one pair forward and then...
I thought that was his...
If that's his original decision, I don't know. But at the moment, then...
no.
He's got number 602 in
See, I always get it wrong, Gerald.
No, as I alluded to before, several judges have a little bit of different strategy or a little bit of style of judging, isn't it? You know,
with 15 pairs in this class, it's quite difficult because the rings aren't that big. They look big on the telly, but they're not actually all that big. So for a big class like this, then it's quite hard to get the sort of logistics going. I can't quite catch. Oh, so Howell Davis there in second place.
A lot of these particular lambs here then will judge then. We're saying they're 40 something, but there we are. It looks as if he's made his decision, and it is number 602. The Davis family then, that has come successful.
And Howell Williams in second place there. Lovely pair, aren't they?
Very attractive pair in matching colours and everything, aren't they? Like?
Yeah.
Decision has been made, and GT Davis then, we will see this particular pair of lambs. Same sort of scenario as in the cattle. They will come forward into the overall championship, and then the second place will be in reserve, and then obviously if the champion then is selected forward, then the reserve comes forward, doesn't it, to be in the run-in. So
wow.
Yeah.
Did you expect that one?
No, not at all. Not at all. You always hope, but yeah, you never expect it. So second time, to be fair. I think we won it about 4 or 5 years ago. So yeah, no, the competition's getting hot.
And you know what happened last year to the winners of this class?
Yeah, I know, but no, let's not count our chickens. It's one step at a time. One step at a time. So no, I'm just glad to win the class because good hell of a lineup of lambs. So yeah. No.
You're always so faithful to the show and the fair and your family as well.
Yeah, it's part of farming. It's a part of our calendar, you know. So no, we enjoy it. You know, it's good to meet. You meet a lot of people that you don't see all through the year, you know, faces you don't see bar for events like this. So no, it's good, and thank you to the Royal Welsh for keeping it going, and long may it continue.
And you too.
Thank you.
How many pairs have you got?
14.
Oh, well done. Good start.
Cheers.
Mae Sylwebaeth Saesneg ar gael ar y botwm coch. English language commentaries available on Sky Plus, Freeview or Virgin Media. Please press the red button. If you have a TiVo box or Sky Q box, please go into settings and use the audio selection option. Subtitles are also available, and any problems, please contact the viewers hotline.
Well, it's been a while since we've been into the pig ring, so let's head over there now and we'll join Gerald and Emma once again.
Thank you very much, Gareth. Yes, we saw some pork pigs being judged earlier on today, but indeed we're now with the pairs competition and joining the cutter weight. So heavier pigs than we saw first thing. These come in at between 71 kilograms and 85 kilograms.
So we move up in strength, then, and obviously now, as you stated, then the judge now then has to assess a pair of pigs. So
yes,
hence it if he's happy with the one and the other one doesn't quite fit the bill, well, it's more difficult, I would imagine, to get a pair of pigs match.
Yes, that's because that is it, isn't it? You know, a lot of people are lucky enough to get one good animal, but to get another one to match it then is where the skill comes in. So not as many in this class, which is probably actually an indication that it's harder to get a pair together. And
but in terms of breeding and that, then there's quite a distinct possibility, because these pigs have quite a large litter of pigs. That, like, these could be brothers or sisters, couldn't they?
They could, yes.
So their
could
genetics
well,
are very,
yes.
very exactly the same, actually.
Yes.
Then, aren't they? But
and
you would think perhaps then that these could be out of the same litter and bred exactly the same way. Then, so perhaps there's a little bit more of a chance of them being identical, then, isn't there? But they're not identical in their behaviour anyway, because the one's going to one way and the other one's going the other.
No,
so.
Yeah, which is quite true of any kids, I have to say. Tremendous stretch on this pair here, aren't they? They're very long, long breed. Super pigs. Now then, we do have, I'm just wondering what the number... quite catch the number there. I do think that last pair we saw there were actually a pair of Pietrans.
Looks as if he's made his decision anyway, and it is double 124. We've won this pair of cutters then.
Yes, from Sioned Thomas in Pembrokeshire. She keeps Texel sheep and has only just recently gone into pigs. So very well done to Sioned.
Very young ladies there with a third prize rosette in the end.
And that was the Pietran pair.
Anyway, let's hope we come back to the pig shed later on.
Yes, definitely.
Wel, mae'r cystadlu yn parhau fan hyn yn adran y gwartheg ac ni'n edrych ymlaen nawr at y brydiau cyfan.
So we'll leave the sheep ring and head to the cattle ring, and as you can see in the background there, it's getting quite busy here at the Winter Fair. It's been busy in the cattle ring since early this morning, so let's head over there now and join Gerald and them again.
Yes, and keep rolling in, and Mr. Thomas keeps rolling them back out, so he's now in a class of heifers, which I think is very small actually, but it's sired by the Charleray.
Who aren't very small, Gerald.
No. Biggest cattle in the show in the smallest class, yeah. It doesn't quite add up, does it? But,
no, unfortunately only 2 entries, I think, in this class then, but...
quite a significant difference in the two animals in the weight, I would...
yes, one coming in at 642 kilos and one at 704, so not maybe as much as...
No, we've seen bigger differences, haven't we?
Yeah.
704 kilos is one largish animal.
Yeah, certainly, yes. Yes, but as you say, they do have a very large, mature weight.
And as we see in the colour variation then, the Charleray then will produce the colour which we see Mr. Thomas handling here. And then obviously on a different colour dam then you will get very often an orange or a light yellow colour or even a grey colour then.
Yes.
Depends on what their actual makeup of their mother is. Because the Charleray is a white animal.
It is possible that she could be fairly pure, that one, isn't it?
It looks like it, yes, indeed, yes. She does,
Beth am yr heifer yma te?
Thomas, I should say, is still giving each animal his once over.
So mae'n mynd ar y platiau fan ewan, dydy.
There we go. The orange heifer has come forward.
Mae'n liw neis yn un does, rhyw liw oren.
She is number 20.
And that is Moodonna. Some great names on these cattle.
I don't know quite how they've arrived at that, but Leave no stone unturned, is it?
From Tony.
I wonder if the judge actually asked the name of the animal. I wonder if he was influenced by it. I wonder.
I don't know.
I'm very doubtful.
Depends if he's a Moodonna fan or not.
Fair comment, yeah. But then again, the Shalway heifer will come forward to the overall female or heifer championship tomorrow. So Mr. Thomas will have another look at that one up against these other first prize winners, and who knows, looks an exceptional good animal from year M.
Certainly does.
It was a 50-50 choice, that was, wasn't it?
If we picked one each, one of us would have made it right, yes.
But it is quite a nice animal, to be fair, and I would go as far to say perhaps then it probably is a Limousin sire dam or something that is in there when
with
usually
that colour,
that colour. Yes, it can come out with a black cross animal of that colour, and it can also come out at a grey colour or even a red colour. A family affair, very happy anyway.
And that's what it's all about. So many of the exhibitors here come as a family, and they all put an effort in as a family, and that's what makes it such a warm, family-friendly show.
Oes. A enw? Ia. Ti di clywed? Ti di clywed, do?
But as I stated, then we will see Moodonna, and tomorrow. I better not say any more, I'll get myself in trouble.
I'm actually thinking the gentleman said he's got a steer coming in later
That's
on by
correct.
the name of
Yes.
Ivan Jones Evans.
Yes.
Be interesting. Well, many congratulations. Well done indeed. We'll be back in the cattle ring, of course, later on. But let's head over to the horse ring quickly. And here's Anwen.
So yes, we move on now to the conclusion of the second class of the day here up in the horse ring, which is the colt filly or gelding of the Welsh part-bred section, calculated to mature exceeding 148 centimetres. And it does look like there our judge, Miss Sarah Williams from Caernarfon, has made her decision, and the coveted red card goes there to exhibit 2030, and that's Kath Hall with Penstrumbly Macarena. Bred by Kath herself, sired by Monohawk Real Magic, out of Penstrumbly Rumba, handled in the ring today by Rebecca Lamb. And
obviously, it looks fantastic. There's a lot of work gone into this.
Nice there for Rebecca.
I take great pride in the foals and the young stocks, so it's always one I like to make an effort for.
And Kath is here somewhere, I should imagine.
She's here somewhere. I haven't seen her yet this morning. I left a bit earlier than she did, but yeah, she's here floating around. So.
Well, I hope the next round's on her anyway.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So congratulations there to Rebecca Lamb. And then in second place we had Sophie Wilcox with Gwenos Maximus, all the way from Wigan. So congratulations there to Penstrumbly Macarena, a champion earlier in the month at the National Foal Show here in Bills. So we will see them all later on for the championship.
Welcome back to the Winter Fair at the Royal Welsh Showground here in Llanelwedd. It's a busy morning here. The weather has been very kind and people have obviously taken advantage of that. So we're now going to head over to the sheep ring and we'll say hello once again to Gentleman Emma.
Thank you very much. Yes, we're heading back to the sheep ring, but a bit of a difference now. Gerald, we are joining the Welsh Mountain and Upland breeds, and we're starting with the Beulah Speckle face.
Yes, indeed. Beulah Speckle face is... Beulah's derived mostly from Beulah, which is just up the road here from Builth. Although it is a more renowned for its breeding in terms of like the Beulah ewes then go and produce the mules, and although there is a lot of Beulah flocks that are grazing up on the Epint close to Builth here. It is a breed that has probably gone all over the country.
The thing is, it's, you know, I know we see a lot of the continental breeds coming to the fore here at the shows, but of all the lambs that go fat during the year from Wales, you know, a lot of them would be these breeds, or they will be Welsh Mountains or crossbreeds of these breeds in it. So it is nice that these breeds get their representation in the ring here as well, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. Obviously, as you alluded to before, they're up against it in the conformation and the meat, but the quality of the meat is no different whatsoever.
Exactly. And it's only fair that they're represented here as well, isn't it?
Quite a variation in terms of the Beulah Speckle, then the hardier type, which tend to be a little bit on the brown side, but they are called hardiers, and then as I alluded to, then plenty of breeds then graze up on Epint, and there'll be a slight variation. And there was a little bit of introduction of the Kerry into the breeds then a little while ago, because they smartened the ewes up to produce this nice showier mule ewe. So, but they are Beulah Speckle face, and we see just a little bit of variation in these particular pairs of lambs here.
There's a bit of variation then as well in the finished weights, with the lightest pair coming in at 79 kilos and the heaviest coming in at 105 kilos as well.
Our first look at the judge for today, Mr. James Gittins. Looks as if he's made his decision, and it is. It's a young man I know quite well. It's Ewan Dillon from Gwynfer in Llangadog there, and very proud.
We've almost
close to my home then, and I'm sure he'll be a very, very happy man, and I'm sure Mum and Dad is there, Rhian and Neil, somewhere, and his brother will be excited.
Almost seen these boys grow up, haven't we, at the show?
Indeed, yes. The characters, and to be fair, especially there's the younger one in the background. He is quite a character, to be fair. Then, and there's his father, Neil. His mother then runs the food business, as does Neil, and catering business throughout West Wales and events and whatever. And they run the actual cafe in Sennybids Market every Saturday. So.
I'm very surprised at that. I thought there would have been a different story.
I've been watching you competing since you were a tiny little boy. Why do you enjoy it so much?
It's just a hobby, really. But I do it in the summer shows and Winter Fair and stuff. We've got 15 pairs in. So, and people say it's a lot of work, but it isn't 2 days of it and the trimming's done. It's not like it's a full long day of it. It's like, right, 2 days of it and then you're done trimming. So it just... And people say it's a lot of work. I know it's a lot of work, but it's only 2 days of trimming.
And you love it?
Yeah, I love it. It's the best thing we do, really.
Well, that is obvious. And I think the future of farming is bright with people like you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Maynard was right, an enthusiastic young man there. Don't forget, we've got a competition for you as well. You can win £100 worth of tokens to spend at your local butcher shop. And this is all you have to do. For what price was Phoenix, the champion, supreme champion in the cattle section last year? What was his price at auction? 5,100, 7,000 or 8,600 pounds. The competition will finish at 4 o'clock tomorrow on Tuesday. All the information is available on the website s4c.cymru/ Ffair Aeaf. Right, we're heading now back to the cattle ring, and it's class 7, a heifer sired by a British Blue. Here's Emma and Gerald.
Thank you very much. Yes, big year here now, Gerald, with a larger entry in this class. And, as the title of the class, it's a heifer sired by a British Blue, so that is the bull. So the mother could have any kind of breeding in her. I'd say there's a fair bit of Limousin in some of these animals, Gerald.
Yes, indeed. The blue obviously is renowned for its excessive muscling, but as we've stated many times before, then these animals now have got to be well fleshed right throughout, and obviously the Limousin is a bit more stylish animal than the Belgian Blue, so then hence they've crossed the Belgian Blue with the Limousin, hoping to get that
better balance.
Yes, that's quite correct. And slightly different conformation to these are what we've seen in their black counterparts in our native breed earlier on, but still these animals then, they would describe the Belgian Blue cattle as perhaps being hard feeders, you know, to produce that real well-fleshed carcass.
And the finish is to get the finish
that's
on
quite
them.
Right, to get the finish on, yeah. And we see her there standing at the top at the moment is one of the Jenkins family. And Jenkins family have been presidents of the Royal Welsh and presidents of here of the Winter Ffair, representing Ceredigion.
I do believe this will be their last official
this is it.
outing.
The Ceredigion will hand over the reins to the next feature county next year. And I believe it's Carnarvon, I'm being rightly informed, and if I'm not, it's Anwin that's at fault. But no, these blues then are very, very good cattle, to be fair, and they're very, very muscular animals, and they've quite a width in them, isn't there? And predominantly black, as we can see, because of the Belgian Blue influence. Then on a red cow seems to dominate in the darker colours. Then, but sometimes we see a red one, don't we? But not very often.
Not very often, no. And the weight range in these then is quite significant, from 593 kilos all the way up to 758.
Now, talking to a novice now who's in the horsey world and is not really into the cattle, I'm going to pitch in here now. Now, when I was little, Dad had a couple of Belgian Blue steers that he would keep on to go to mart. And he always chose the Belgian Blues because of their temperament. Now, are the British Blues of similar temperament?
Yes, they would have been just Belgian Blues, but if a breed is kept long enough in the UK, they do get to call themselves then a British Blue. The same has happened with Texel sheep. You see them as referred to as British Texels.
Oh,
now.
I see. That's what.
So that's all that. It would be the same. Same genetics, or they would have come from Belgian Blue genetics. It's just same cattle, just a different title on them. So, but then they would have been bred in the UK for long enough to be referred to as British Blues. And maybe, I don't know, maybe the Belgians don't like what we're doing and don't want us to...
Oh, I am going back many, many years now to when I was a little tot. Unfortunately, we haven't had cattle on the farm for a while. Maybe I should get them back one day.
Gareth says you're still little, actually.
Now, don't go telling tales now, Gerald.
No, the actual Belgian Blue, then, the temperament is, with your question, then, is quite good, then, because... actually, the locomotion of the original Belgian Blues, when they come into this country, they were not built to run, actually, because they were excessive.
They were very excessive.
They were very short, and it's the British Belgian Blue Society have formed themselves and have bred for more locomotion and styles. So hence this is what we are seeing. This is what we are seeing here in front of us. Then.
Yeah, the black and white in them was quite fashionable for a little while there, and this one would be more indicative of the old-fashioned blue that you would see. But a tremendous show of animals there indeed.
But there's 5 very matching animals in here then,
They're
Ems,
super,
and
aren't they? Yeah.
I'm sure that Mr. Thomas has got his work quite hard to select his winner, but we'll have to come back in a little while and see how he has arrived and what he has selected.
Ymunwch yn Hwyl y Ffair Aeaf ar Facebook, YouTube,
Thanks, Gerald.
Instagram a
Thanks, Emma. Don't forget, we're all over social media, Facebook, YouTube, X, Instagram and TikTok. And the website, of course, is s4c.cymru/Ffair Aeaf. All the information you require is available on that website. And there's a nice view of the showground here at Llanelwedd. And it's been quite busy here this morning, of course. And many people have struggled to get here, but thankfully all those who have come here have arrived safely. And we'll be on air until 4 o'clock this afternoon. Now then, we've had blue skies this morning, but there seems to be a bit of a drizzle in the air at the moment. And what's the forecast for the rest of the day? It's just started to rain. As you can see, the grey clouds up above, and there are some scattered showers moving across Wales from the west. The highest temperatures today around 10 degrees Celsius. Tonight, those scattered showers will continue moving in from the west, but under the clearer skies later on, the temperatures will drop to freezing point. Then tomorrow, plenty of blue skies tomorrow. Once those showers have moved, and the temperatures 10 degrees the highest, and about 7 degrees here in Llanelwedd. And the temperatures on Wednesday and midweek just slightly lower than tomorrow. That's how things are looking at the moment. Yes, just referring to the fact that, yes, it's not been the greatest of weather over the last couple of days, but it's nice to see so many people having travelled here to Llanelwedd on this, of course, the first day of the Winter Fair. And Branwen just saying that as time goes by, we're likely to see a deterioration in the weather, but there's plenty of things to do here at the Winter Fair. The majority, of course, is indoors, including the food hall, and I'm sure we'll be visiting that particular part of the showground later on this afternoon. And of course, a lot of people come here to do their Christmas shopping, and there is late night shopping here, by the way, this evening until 7 o'clock, and then that'll be followed by the traditional Winter Fair firework display. But it's the news headlines next. We'll be back later on.
Prynhawn da i chi, mae cymunedau ar draws y wlad yn clirio'r llanas gafodd ei achosi gan storm Bert. Ymhlith yr ardalodd sydd wedi taro weithan ym Mynydd De, mae Cwm Teleri a Phontypridd. Yno mae pobl a gwleidyddion yn feirniadol o'r awdurdodau am fethu rhybuddio ynghynt bod llifogydd ar y ffordd. Mwy gan Gareth Pennant.
Y gwaith clirio yn dechrau y bore yma ym Mhontypridd ar ôl storm ddifrifol y penwythnos. Mae'r cyngor yn dweud bod rhwng 200 a 300 o dai wedi ei heffeithio, ac mae 30 o ysgolion ar gau yng Nghaerffili a Sir Fynwy wrth i rybuddion llifogydd barhau mewn grym. Yng Nghwm Teleri ymlaen y Gwent, dyma'r olygfa, yn dilyn beth sy'n ymddangos fel tirlithiad dros nos. Mae nifer o bobl wedi gorfod gadael eu cartrefi.
Mae'n ofnadwy gweld beth sydd wedi digwydd yma dros y penwythnos. Mae Hugh Anchor Davies yma fel deputy prif weinidog i weld beth gall Llywodraeth Cymru gwneud i cynnig cymorth i pobl Cwm Teleri ac i Cyngor Blaen y Gwent i sicrhau bod ni'n cydweithio fel cymuned i dod dros beth sydd wedi digwydd.
Yn y gogledd, bu farw dyn ar ôl mynd ar goll yn Afon Conwy. Nad ydy'r corff wedi ei adnabod yn swyddogol, mae swyddogion wedi cysylltu â theulu Brian Perry, oedd yn 75 oed. Yma ym Mhontypridd, mae nifer yn naturiol yn flin ac yn cyhuddo'r awdurdodau o ddiffyg paratoi ar gyfer llifogydd o'r fath. Yn ôl y swyddfa dywydd, fe fydden nhw'n cynnal adolygiad llawn o'r hyn ddigwyddodd, ond maen nhw'n mynnu bod y storm wedi rhagweld ymlaen llaw a bod nifer o rybuddion mewn lle.
Mae tweddill y newyddion yn y ffair eang Llanelwedd. Mae Llywodraeth Cymru wedi cyhoeddi newidiadau i'w cynllun ffermio cynaliadwy. Fe ddaw hyn ar ôl protestiadau eang yn erbyn y cynlluniau gwreiddiol. Mae tro pedol yn golygu na fydd na orfodaeth nawr ar ffermydd Cymru i dyfu coed ar o leia 10% o'i tir. Ac o fewn yr awr ddiwetha, mae Llywodraeth Cymru wedi amlinellu i cynlluniau i godi treth ar ymwelwyr. Maen nhw am roi'r hawl i gynghorau i godi tal bychan ychwanegol ar bobl sy'n aros dros nos yma, hyd at 25 ceiniog. Bydd yr arian medden nhw'n cael ei fuddsoddi wedyn mewn gwasanaethau cyhoeddus mewn ardaloedd sy'n delri nifer sylweddol o dwristiaid. Fe fyddai nôl gyda diweddara am 2 gloch.
Croeso cynnes yn ôl i'r Ffair Aeaf 2024 a gorwyd bore yma gan y brawd.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground, which was opened officially this morning by Elin and Steffan Rattray.
Pob lwc i'r cystadleuwyr ac i bawb sy'n cymryd rhan mewn unrhyw bodd. Mae nawr yn bleser gennym ddatgan fod Ffair Aeaf Amaethyddol Cymru 2024 ar agor yn swyddogol.
It is now a pleasure to declare that the Royal Welsh Winter Ffair 2024 is officially open.
Steffan ag Elin Rattray, diwrnod mawr.
A big day for Elin and Steffan Rattray, the brother and sister from Aberystwyth, opening the Winter Ffair officially this morning, and they were nominated, of course, by Denley Jenkins, the feature county president, and of course this is their last event before everything is taken over next year by the county of Carnarvon. Right, coming up a bit later on, there'll be more from the cattle ring, including the Limousin heifers. And in the horse ring, we'll be featuring the Welsh part-bred championship. And later, we'll see the Welsh Hounds Championship. Well, if you were watching earlier this morning, we had a little bit of an opinion poll. We were asking you to tell us what you thought would be the price of the sheep in the auction tomorrow. And as you can see from those graphics, the majority of you, 57%, in fact, think the price will be somewhere between £600 and £900. If you want to take part, then s4c.cymru/Ffair Aeaf is the place to go. We're also going to have an opinion poll as far as the cattle are concerned. What's the idea next? Well, tomorrow in the auction, will it be between 2,500 and 5,000? 5,000 to 7,500, 7,500 to 10,000, or 10,000 plus. Once again, it's s4c.cymru/Ffair Aeaf. It's a bit of fun. It's an opinion poll, so take part if you want to, and we'll update you with the percentages. Now, then here just referring to the fact there's something about the horse ring. Yes, albeit there's a lot of excitement there, but this just seems to be a little bit more relaxed than elsewhere around the showground here at the Winter Fair. Well, as Helen is explaining, it was very quiet. It was empty almost at 9 o'clock, but once the doors had opened, you could see the enthusiasm and the interest in the people who'd come here to look at the competitors in the horse ring, and it gives you some kind of sense of being so close to the competitors here, which is different, I suppose, to what it's like during the show in the summer, where people obviously sitting in the grandstand just feel just a little bit further away, and it's and as David Oliver is saying now, it's nice to see so many people here competing as well as so many people watching as well.
Dwi'n meddwl bod swclod yn ni'n gweld rhan amla a rhai blwyddi, a ydych chi'n fel cynnyrch bobl, dyma fatha cynheia nhw mewn ffordd o bobl gyffyle, mae swclod yn dyma'r ffair, ni'n gweld fel dyma...
And the Winter Fair, I mean, in years gone by, perhaps the horses didn't feature as much as they do during the summer fair, but it's become more popular over the years. And of course, the first Winter Fair was held back in 1990. David just with a smile on his face that his biggest problem has been today is keeping Helen under control. Right then, we'll leave the horse ring and we'll head back to the cattle ring, and we'll return and join Emma and Gerald.
Thank you very much, Gareth. Yes, we're heading back to the cattle ring to see what's been going on with the class of British Blue sired heifers.
Yes, we've seen Guy Thomas giving him the once over before, so now he's asked for another walk around and
arddangoswr, t'wod, isio beth sy'n cerdded
the locomotion as I like to do earlier and select his particular animal, and as was in the start, unless things change then, it is the Jenkins family that has come up in the start, but obviously he has... It's not over until he makes his final decision.
Yeah, she's actually the lightest lightest heifer in the class, coming in at 593 kilos.
Mae'r gwenydd a'r teulu wedi cael lot o lwyddiant
That is the 580 to 620, 630 probably would be the optimum weight. So, but obviously then it depends on the cover that is actually on, and some animals will mature sooner than others, but very stylish animals, every one of them, for Belgian Blue Crosses. But Mr. Thomas is still not quite convinced about his decision yet.
The heifer then at the top of the class and is Miss Cardy, so she's coming in then
she stands a chance.
So maybe just trying to influence the judge a little bit, so from his
alluded to many times throughout the shows then, and the summer and whatever, it is Cardiganshire was the host county, and they've done very, very well this time, and a lot of the judges in both sheep, cattle and horse sections are from the county, so they really made it a spectacle for Cardiganshire. And then Mr. Jenkins will hand over the reins, or the Jenkins family will hand over the reins, as we alluded to earlier on. Carnarvon now then will be working tirelessly to raise funds and try and get their year in the Royal Welsh era to be a successful one.
Down to the very finest details now in making final decisions.
Felly mae'r dosbarth yma'n bwysig yn dweud hynny o beth.
Yndi. Mae'r bryd I hun di altro, efo cerdded
handler there, making sure that his animal stands correctly to catch the judge's eye, and he is controlling or trying to cool the animal by stroking this animal.
Oh, now then, we're having a bit of a move around here. Yes, that one's been pulled forward, number 31.
Well, there we go then.
From
I was correct in my assumption.
Edwards Brothers. Yeah.
It's an unusual style of selection.
It was, yeah.
May not be unusual, but it's unusual to us to witness something like that. Then
it takes a few classes for us to get into the judging sides of some of these judges.
Comment, yeah.
And of course we've got judges all the way.
Oh, the judges disagreed then, all them people turned their back. I don't think that was relevant though, but the Edwards brothers there from North Wales then come to the fore.
With their heifer Beyonce.
Mae'n reit stylish yndi, am blwn ded, mae'n reit gywir yndi. Mae'n meddwl lot on.
So that heifer there coming in at 620 kilos.
Yeah, that's optimum weight, I would think.
Yeah.
So
Tremendous
we'll feature her tomorrow in the heifer championship.
Ewch i'r wefan s4c.cymru/ffair Aeaf I wylio'r cyffro.
Don't forget, you can get all the details regarding the Winter Fair on our website, s4c.cymru/ffair Aeaf. You can see all the competitions that we've got as well, including the £100 token to spend at your local butcher shop. So s4c.cymru/ffair Aeaf is the place to go. Right, let's head back now to the sheep ring, and we'll join Gerald and Emma once again.
Thank you very much. And we are now joining
mae'r croesfidi yn bwysig.
A very big class of cross-bred lambs. The first time we are heading to the cross-breeds, and this class then is one pair of continental sired cross Welsh Mountain or Speckle face. So a continental ram on a Welsh Mountain or Speckle faced ewe. Did I make that make sense, Gerald?
I'm still trying to digest it. I think I've got the gist of it, yeah, fair enough. So but anyway, it's not our problem, actually. It's Mr. Phil Reid here, who has got the job of judging this particular class.
And
it's the biggest class we've seen so far. 18 pairs in this class. So, and I'd say there's any number of combinations of crossbreds you could have here, although quite possibly the badger having some influence there. We can see with the colouring, but yes, I'm not too sure on which way the things are going here.
See, the Dillon family are represented again there at the top.
But they've got the badgers themselves, so it could be a Texel and a badger or something like that.
I would think so then, yes. They keep quite a few badger ewes then, yes.
Yes.
Yes. Phil Reid, another judge from Ceredigion. Lives up there in Des North and Newcastle Emlyn then, and Phil has actually changed codes. He was a dairy farmer, but has actually sold his dairy herd and on beef and sheep, and
I've just seen some glitter, Gerald. Sorry to interrupt you. I've just seen some glitter there.
Anybody got Phil's mobile for me to tell him not to bother about the glitter?
No, indeed. But Phil, he used to buy a lot of lambs in Cardigan, Matt, then, and I'm sure he's be...
Actually, what he does now, then, is he keeps a flying flock of Cheviot cross ewes and buys a lot of Cheviot ewes out of the draft sales in Sennybridge and other markets throughout the winter period, then lambs them down and then sells their offspring and then sells them as cull ewes after, and then restarts the process again next year.
Gerald, you mentioned there now that he used to be a dairy farmer. Am I right in saying he used to have the Ayrshires from the Duke of Edinburgh?
No, he's actually the king now.
He actually bought the king's herd of Ayrshires many years ago, yes, and he actually sold them in a dispersal sale back, I can't remember, 12 months now, I believe then, and yes. And now Phil is concentrating more on sheep and beef. I was actually talking to Phil myself on last Friday in Carmarthen, and I asked him, is he looking forward to it? And he said he was. And I said to him, please don't waste time, because we have to talk a lot about you and whatever. And I said, we'll be struggling to talk about you. But he said, I can assure you now, I will not waste too much time. But getting out in that ring there and making sure you do the decision and do the job correctly is paramount in his mind and everybody else's judge's mind. So,
well, he looks like he's not taking his time, but he can't decide. He keeps going back and
he has it in his mind, I'm sure, but he's
probably quite a hard class.
It is actually a hard class to judge,
because you can get. There will be such a variation in confirmation in them, probably.
Congratulations. It looks like he has made the decision.
He's made his decision. And
the winner there, I believe, is Miss Shauna Evans. We don't have the information then on what the actual crossbred is. But they were a pair of lambs that came in at 88 kilos for the pair, so roughly 44 kilo per lamb.
These are blue Texel cross Torwen badger face.
Oh, there we go, Texel cross badger face.
We keep them as commercial ewes as well, so put them back to the blue Texel, have brilliant carcass lambs. Yeah, they're a lovely breed.
And they're very pretty with a white, very, very similar to the Torwen.
Yeah, they keep the Torwen markings quite well, with a bit more grey in them. But yeah, they're very pretty. Nice to see out in the field.
Quite an exciting start to your Winter Ffair.
Yes, very good day. Thank you very much.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground. For the first day of this year's Winter Fair, we're heading straight back to the pig ring, and here's Gerald and Emma.
Thank you very much. Yes, we're going back to the pig ring then, where we're going to be joining the baconers this time, Gerald. So we're into the heavyweights of the pig classes then.
Here we go. Basically the same as the cattle, only in breeds. We do it in cattle and in sheep, but we go up in weight.
That's it, absolutely. Absolutely. And this is a single pig class. So we've got Myrddin James here then, and we're going to see some Pietrons, Gerald,
Indeed, yes,
for the first time. So looks like we got them there. They got that little bit of spotting through them, not to be confused with the Gloucester Old Spot, which is a traditional breed. The Pietron then is known for its double muscling, a bit like the British Blues or the Beltexes in the sheep.
And they are the colour, isn't it? In am I correct in saying the Pietron is quite dark, or as if blue? Or...
I think there's a fair old variation in them, but they can throw the spots then. It's a job to keep up with them, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. Now, interesting now then that the judge wants to see a bit of locomotion, I presume, within this particular section, or is he scared because they're a bit bigger to get in the bed?
It's always fun watching the pig classes.
Not as much fun as it is in the summer, is it?
No, definitely not.
They're
all together in the ring. No.
I find it quite interesting, isn't it? You know, watching each of their handlers. They go one eye on the pig and one eye on the judge, isn't it? Trying to leave no stone unturned.
And it's quite hard to keep an eye on the numbers there. But it looks like we've got a Welsh pig.
That's your job,
Yeah, thanks, Gerald. Thanks for that. So it looks like we got here now then the Pietron from Mr. Myrddin James. And I do believe we've got a Welsh pig has come in next to him there.
Mr. James is very happy with the stance of his particular exhibit here, but moved and the business end, the back end towards the judge every time.
Super pig there, isn't it?
They are tremendous pigs,
yeah.
to be fair.
A heck of length on this Welsh pig there in second. Get a few more rushes out of that one.
Chops, few more chops. They're all very, very good pigs in their own right, anyway, to be fair to them. Very well turned out and well looked after. These now are getting from 86 up to 105 kilos, Emma.
Yes.
Quite a large lump of...
It is. There would be a lot of meat out of those.
The pigs would obviously die percentage-wise?
It's a much higher percentage than sheep and cattle. Yes.
There wouldn't be a lot of waste in these pigs.
No, and again, they don't have, because they're not ruminants like a sheep and cattle, so there's a lot less wastage inside. But there we go then. 1137 from Myrddin James taking first, and 1135 from DBM and RCM Davis, the Welsh pig, taking second. Tremendous show.
Mr. James is having a good show.
Tremendous, yes. He won the first class here this morning, wasn't it?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. Dwi'n meddwl napos iawn, oeth.
Ydy o'n wenwr mawr.
Just saying, doesn't look too happy, not much of a smiler, but he's been a very busy man with all his pigs, and very well done to him.
Well, we'll stay with Gerald and Emma because we're heading now for the cattle ring.
Thank you very much.
The first section of the heifer sired by a Limousin bull.
And there's a lot of entries in this section, Gerald, so they're being split, and they're split by weight, is that correct?
Yes, you are correct, and each individual animal is weighed on arrival at the showground here. Then they are selected then in, I think there's 46 animals in the Limousin sired heifer sections, so they will probably choose.
It looks like
could be 7 or 8 in each particular class.
Yeah,
so
it looks like there's 4 different class weight sections for this Limousin heifer. Then
maybe not every animal must come forward, but there is.
Looks like 7 in this first section. And they're coming in between 487 kilos, the lightest, to 557 to the heaviest. So a smaller range of weights.
This is the start in, say, numerical order in terms of weight they start. So this would be the lightest class of the Limousin heifer section, but obviously then the winner of this particular section will still go forward to the overall final tomorrow. So there will be, if you say there's 4 sections then, so there we see Miss Wendy Morgan in top at the moment in number 76.
And that's Queen B. And indeed, she's the queen today of this class, taking the red card from Penny and Son.
Thank you, Gerald. Thank you, Emma. Well, we're going to return to the food hall, and as you can imagine, there's that Christmassy feel to the Winter Fair. And I'm still with Charlotte Holiday, who works for Cyfan. She's the development officer with Cyfan for North East Wales, and they're obviously walking around the food hall, and they're going to fill a little hamper, which you could do, of course, if you were to come here to visit the Winter Fair. And the first stall is the Trigros Waffles, which is a company that has been going for quite a few years now. And one of the produces they're launching at the Winter Fair is the Mini Waffles Grab Bag. Just emphasising that they're being launched today, hot off the press, and they're great with a cup of tea. You can put the waffles, of course, on top of your cup of tea, just to melt some of the toffee. And of course they've got other crackers as well, wholemeal and plain, to go with cheese. There's plenty of choice there, but obviously the purpose of wandering around the food hall is to try some of the produce, and there's one of the grab bags going into the hamper.
Lovely. Lovely.
Moving on. Yeah, they're just saying that they're really, really nice. And Charlotte is one of the food Instagrammers. So she's in her 7th heaven here in the food hall. Well, Neil just asked how does Charlotte decide upon what she's going to write about on her Instagram page. Well, she started off during the lockdown period thinking how they could help some of the companies of call that Cyfan represent, and she just saying there that she does represent, or does work rather, as a development officer in North East Wales. But that's how it all started during the lockdown period. And one thing that's noticeable as they are walking around is that the packaging has become so much more important as far as some of the companies are concerned to sell their produce. We are just visiting the crust stall and just mention the fact that those donuts won't be there for long. They disappear very quickly. But there are so many different stalls within the food hall. So, and they're just asking how many followers that Charlotte has on her Instagram page, and she has about 1,500 followers altogether. But she puts up various things like recipes and a variety of different things. So, right, the next thing that's to go into the hamper is some produce from the Cubby Brewery, based on Anglesey, of course. And they have a variety of different beers available at the Winter Fair, as you can see.
O, da ni 'di sefydlu ers 4 mlynedd bellach.
It's a company that was established about 4 years ago, but this is the first time that they've visited the Winter Fair. Yeah, and it's quite a bit of work to come down. Obviously, travelled all the way down from Anglesey, but not only that, to set everything up, to make it look enticing, as it were. And, oh, there's a beer there that's made from local honey.
Oh, iechyd da. Iechyd da. Iechyd da. A ffair dda i chi.
Bwysio gael yng ngadael allan.
Doesn't want to be left out.
Perffaith.
Mae hwn yn rhoi cryfder i rhywun.
And the stout is giving Near a bit of strength.
Heracles, sut wyt ti?
Champion, diolch yn fawr. Dan.
Ac yn edrych ymlaen at diwrnod prysur, dwi'n siŵr.
Ie, gyda look de.
Yep, looking forward to a very busy day.
Be di'r lein sy'n gen ti?
What's the line when somebody comes and visits your stall? Yep, this is a very, very special, a selection of very special beers from Anglesey. Well, they almost forget to pick up some of the produce.
A maen nhw'n neud y gwydre really nice da.
O reit, da ni roed yn y box?
Ie.
So it's one of the smaller barrels. I don't think that's going to fit in the hamper.
Diolch yn fawr iawn. Oce. Diolch yn fawr. Diolch am hwnna. Na i gario.
Well, there's no room in the hamper. It's quite heavy, mind.
Lle nesa?
Trefaldwyn.
Right, be di hwnna sy'n?
And the next stall, Trefaldwyn cheese, and they've got 2 new cheeses that they're launching at the Winter Fair this year.
Good morning.
How's it going? You okay?
Hey, yeah, good. Tell me about your new cheeses.
So, launching here today, we are launching the Ruby Red, which is a red brie, soft cow's milk cheese made from our organic cow's milk from the farm. It's got a very different colouring, so it's got a very standout colour. And I think we're the only guys that do it. I think. Yeah, it's getting a lot of attention here today, and we've had a very busy morning.
Excellent. Well, I hope you're busy all day. We need some cheese for our hamper. So which one do you suggest?
Oh, definitely. I think you need
Ruby Red.
Your Ruby Red. Yeah, let's go Ruby Red.
Nadoligaidd.
Yeah, nadoligaidd iawn.
Yeah, Ruby Red sounds Christmassy.
The other one as well.
Okay.
Got that.
Well, as they're launching 2 different cheeses at the Winter Fair, they might as well include the second one as well.
O, a dwi'n gwybod lle ti eisiau mynd. Mae I wedi bod yn yma'n barod.
Well, it's no wonder Charlotte was keen to move on, because in the stall next door, she's already tasted some of the medd, the mead. They're going to carry on. They'll be back later. Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground. We're going to head straight away to the sheep ring and rejoin Gerald and Emma.
Thank you very much. Yes, we're back in the native hill and upland, and we've got the pair of Welsh mule lambs. And a tremendous show of these out as well.
Yes, indeed. Welsh mules can be derived from the Welsh or Cheviot or Welsh Mountain braced, and obviously from the Beulah Speckle faced, and obviously probably the information is probably in the colour of the headed of the lambs, because as we see there, a pair of probably out of a Cheviot cross ewe. And then we should see a pair of coloured lambs just a little bit further down the line, which would probably be out of a Beulah speckled ewe. So,
over 10 pairs in this class, and they're big lambs, Gerald, with the lightest pair of lambs coming in at 90 kilos for the pair, all the way up to 108.5 kilos.
54 kilos average, indeed. Yeah.
But they are big-framed animals,
they are indeed,
matured.
and they do take quite a while to mature and become fit for slaughter. Yes.
Yeah. But like
just
you say,
does leave that little bit of. We will probably see it later on in the carcasses that the powers that be in all abattoirs and whatever are paying up to 22 kilos, and a lot of these lambs have passed that by a long way. So they certainly don't put the other few kilos in the bucket, do they?
No, they don't. That's my
it's just
bugbear as well.
But there we go. You've got to get an animal that is fit for slaughter. So
yes, you can't always go by the weight alone.
None whatsoever.
No.
The blue-faced Leicester rams, which are used on these particular ewes, then are very, very large animals, long, tall animals, aren't they? So
big frames.
But then the ewe, these are just basically a byproduct. These weather lambs, predominantly, mostly of these, because it's the ewe lambs are going on for a terminal breeding ewe, aren't they?
Yes. And but then it's only fair that they get their representation in the ring, because
right. So,
not all the lambs that will go into lamb production look like the tremendous continental
indeed,
lambs today.
Well, it's the continentals that have put them back on their sisters, isn't it?
Yes, that's right. Yes,
and,
yes.
Tremendous width in that first pair. Well, obviously they got woolly jumpers on, as you described before, but they are very wide, aren't they?
They do look well turned out, don't they?
Yes, indeed.
Sôn am dywed, ni gael digon o law dros y ddydd diwetha, ond mae'r haul y gwenu ar hyn o bryd.
Yndi, mae braf, mae hael di cyrraedd y ring, mae wan, ydyn mae'n,
The judge there, Mr. Phil Reed's got his work cut out in this class, hasn't he? With so many. Oh, but he does look like he has come to decision.
Yes,
indeed. And the winners there from Daniel German, who we've seen plenty of times taking cards in the Winter Ffair.
Yes, indeed.
And as you said, Gerald, they were a well-turned-out pair.
You've got to, yes?
Yeah. No, we're getting on well so far today.
18 pairs.
Yeah.
How do you do it?
Don't know, really. Just keep going at it. Bit of it every night, and hope they look tidy when we get here.
And I saw the boys helping you last night. They were enjoying. In school today? Where are they?
Yeah, one of the boys is in school, and then the other one's at home with my sister. He's a bit feral to be here today.
Say a quick hi, he might be watching you.
Hey, who's...
Keeping an eye on you, just see if you're doing your work right.
Make sure we're doing it right, yeah.
Right, llanwarchiadau. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
Diolch.
Cheers.
Don't forget our competition. You can win a token worth £100 to spend in your local butcher shop. Now then, Phoenix, who was the supreme champion in the cattle section last year, was sold for how much last year? Was it 5,100, 7,000 or 8,600? All the rules available on the website s4c.cymru/Ffair Aeaf, and the entries should be in by 4 o'clock tomorrow.
Yn adran yr Handicraft Cymreig, mae'r pencampwriaeth.
Right then, let's head to the horse ring, and here's Anwen.
Thank you, Gareth. So it looks like we have jumped to the conclusion of the Welsh part-bred section. So we have the culmination. So we have the classes, the winner, the first and second place of each class in this. So the foal under 14.2 and the foal to mature over 14.2, and the small yearling under 14.2 and the larger yearling to exceed 14.2. So Sarah Williams here from Parciau in Carnarvon has had a busy morning, and it looks like she has one more tough decision to make. And as you can see here, the huge variety of types that she has had in front of her. And Sarah has all mentioned to us this morning that she was looking for a horse that would go on to be a good all-rounder under saddle for the future. There we have a prolific exhibitor there in front of us, Mr. Eirig Einon from Abergavenny there, with the winner of the yearling class, which was Hatterol Strumblehead. He will go on to make a fine hunter in the future, I'm sure. Hatterol stud down with Eirig has been a successful stud over the years, and with many wins at the Royal Welsh. Now here in front of us was the winner of the foal class in the small section, and this was Salter Celtic Isle with Matthew Everett and Adrian Chapman, bred by themselves. And it looks like the atmosphere has just gotten a little bit to his head. He's a little bit not settling for this championship class there, but won a very strong class. Second place in that particular class then we had Wyn Morris with Wykin's Gift of Gold. Had a very successful season already, winning champion at Anglesey, Ynys Môn and Clwyd, and going very nicely and sweetly there in the championship. Second here was the small yearlings with Nicky Bond at the helm for Jerry and Carmel Monroe, all the way from Ireland. Maloney, sorry, I apologise, with Barry No Nipperdandy. And here is Rebecca Lamb, the winner of the large foal class with Penstrumbly Macarena. So a huge array of types for all shapes and sizes. So Sarah Williams now has to make the difficult decision of who she wishes to go for her champion. She's had some strong classes in front of her this morning, and I wouldn't want to be her in the middle of that ring to make this decision, although she has got some wonderful ponies, and I do like this stamp of horse in front of us now. She said she was looking for something to go under saddle, and this one will most definitely go under saddle and could go on to do any sphere. The horse they're looking for some treats from Eirig's pocket. So there was the winner of the large yearling class. See if we pan down there, we'll see the winner of the small foal class. Salter Celtic Isle. Second there, Wink's Gift of Gold.
Celtic Isle and Isle.
The winner there of the yearling class was also Matthew Everett and Adrian Chapman's. Aidan Primrose. Second in the large class there was Natasha Ham with Kentham Full Cry. And second in the large foal was Sophie Wilcox with Gwenos Maximus. Barry Row Nipperdandy was the small one just going out of shot there. And last then was Penstrumbly Macarena, who was herself a champion at the National Foal Show here in Bilf a few weeks ago. So Sarah Williams down in the far corner there, having one last look up over her fantastic lineup that she has seen ahead of her this morning.
Sarah Williams, and
conferring with her stewards to see who she will call forward for that champion rosette. So the first championship of this morning, and a lovely crisp morning it has been as well. The sun is still shining so far, And the tent has been nice and quiet with not too much wind to rattle it around. I hope she's enjoyed her morning. So the stewards there having a task of looking after all the rosettes and making sure everything runs smoothly in the ring. The anticipation, everybody in the ring must be having butterflies by now.
Mae'n cael golwg bach wan.
Who will she go for?
Cofio, mae yna safon dda yn y bencampwriaeth yma, beth bynnag. Felly, pwy bynnag fydd yn mynd â hi, dwi'n meddwl bod nhw'n hollol heiddiannol.
Mae dwylo tu ôl i'r cefen ar hyn o bryd. Mae'r het yn sownd ar y pen. Ond i ni am...
A fantastic shot there of all of the ponies that have come to be first and second in these classes this morning. Congratulations to all of them involved. And it looks like her champion has been chosen. And obviously the crowd sets everybody alight. Congratulations goes there to Eirig Einon with exhibit 2056, Hatterall Strumble Head. Bred by Eirig himself down in Abergavenny. And there it looks like the reserve goes to Rebecca Lamb with Penstrumbly Macarena for Cath Hall down in the Penstrumbly stud in Pembrokeshire. Now, for some of you at home who actually know some of the history here, Eirig started in Pembrokeshire with Cath Hall at the Penstrumbly stud.
Diolch yn fawr iawn. Hapus iawn iawn. Mae'r bencampwr a'r is-bencampwr, maen nhw'n perthyn hefyd.
So, as it says here, the actual champion and reserve champion were both relatives because they're actually sired by the same sire. So it just goes to show that the judge has actually gone for a type and she's liked what this stallion has thrown. So congratulations goes to Eirig Einon and all the connections down in Abergavenny with Hatterall Strumble Head. Champion for the first classes here at the Royal Welsh Winter Ffair. The winner of the large yearling cast. Winner and reserve as well back in the summer show at the Royal Welsh. So congratulations.
Wel, dyma I chi olygfa.
Croeso nôl, welcome back to the showground at the Royal Welsh Showground at Llanelwedd, and we're going to head straight to the cattle ring and rejoin Gerald and Emma.
Thank you very much, Gareth. Yes, we're back now with the heifers sired by a Limousin, and this is the second section, Gerald.
Yes, as you alluded to before, we go up in weight, so this particular section here would be, I believe there were 7 in the first section, and looks as if there's 7, if I can count correctly, in this particular section. So the 7 lightest heifers have been, and now we're into the next section where they will probably go up.
Yeah, so they're going from 558 kilos up to 599 kilos. So actually quite a small difference in, there's not that much difference in weight between them. So
no, indeed, and probably then there would be more. Size would be very similar, so maybe it'll make the judge's decision a little bit easier because they will be all of the similar weight.
Or do you think it might make it harder? It could be harder as well.
Well, it could do that,
whichever way you look at it.
Then he's walking down the line with not looking over the top of the one to try and find the other one. And so, and we see there from the top shot then quite a bit of difference in width, and some might be a little bit. There's a very wide animal there. And obviously with the Limousin we see a little bit of colour variation in terms of reds and blacks.
Yes, because this class is sired by a Limousin, so the father would be a Limousin, but the mother's breeding could be a little bit of anything, really.
Yes, indeed. It could be a bit of native, but it could probably be a fair bit of Belgian blue, I would imagine, in the dams then. So that is quite a wide animal there that's been shot. Look just a little bit though, then looking there down the camera angle there, fair bit of shoulder on that particular heifer too, isn't there?
Yes, and we don't see so much of that as what we used to.
No, and I don't think they would like that too much. Then a more even animal all throughout, but obviously.
Do you think maybe because they're maybe a bit lighter and maybe not as fleshed out that it makes it more obvious then that?
Well, maybe so then, but it's the breed then is the probably, as we stated, then probably a bit of Belgian blue, and they are very muscular and say not only behind and their shoulders and that, whereas the Limousin is more finesse then, isn't it, and nicer throughout. But we'll see. We'll see. You can see then there's a little bit of grey and a little bit of white in the actual heifer that's looking at it. I would quite willing to bet them quite a bit of money that she's out of Belgian blue cross animal then, as a mother then. So, young man carrying the brush in the ring and not leaving no stone unturned, and the judge has been putting his hands on it, on that animal. He just wants to. Familiar figure in the show ring standing on the top end of the line at the moment, Mr. Tecwyn Jones from North Wales. Seen Tecwyn doing success here over the past years.
That's his heifer then. It would be Little Beauty, and she's actually the lightest heifer in the class then, 558.
But then we did see Mr. Thomas earlier on then selecting his winner from the middle of the lineup, so we perhaps have become a little bit more cautious in our predictions. And some judges, as I alluded to, have different strategies, and they work from left to right in their first position, and some go from left to right, right to left, and then the odd judge will select his winner from the middle. Say Mr. Thomas here, Di Thomas, probably won't reach his decision, Ems, in this particular coverage, but
I'd say he's got his work cut out here.
Yes, they're very good efforts then. But
pretty even class, aren't they?
Yes, indeed it is.
Yes.
That second place.
I'm just wondering,
that
trying to Google
there
numbers.
Is a good bit lower on the leg, but a very, very wide animal, isn't it?
I'm just wondering if they're lined up at the moment, lined up in weights. So it does look like we're
obviously,
going.
Yes, in terms of entering the ring, and then you selected them around that way. Yeah, you could be right. Yes.
Yes.
As I stated, then it looks as if Mr. Di Thomas will have to come back in a little while to see what decision he actually makes.
Absolutely.
Wel, mae'r stondin yma yn boblogaidd.
Well, as we saw earlier on, Nia was with Charlotte's holiday and they're trying to fill the Christmas hamper. And they're still looking for items to include in that hamper, and they've now reached the Carmarthen ham stall.
A beth eich gobeithio chi o ddod i'r ffair unwaith eto?
Wel, unwaith eto, and the stall, of course, has been at the summer show as well.
Mae'r stondyn yn edrych yn dda, achos mae rhywun yn gallu... Dwi'n siŵr pobl yn dod i ofyn cwestiwn am...
Yep, the stall looks quite impressive, and I'm sure a lot of people ask you what is the process of preparing the ham. And of course, many years ago, the farms would be going through the process themselves. Well, the process, we salt the ham about 5 times, and then we hang it and let it be then for about 6 to 9 months.
Wedyn ar yr hams yma, mae gennych chi rif.
And Nia's just referring to the fact, I've noticed on some of the hams you've got a number. What's the significance of the number? Is that's the week in the year where we hang them.
Right. Ac yn para yn fwy na hynny.
And they last for, well, basically they last forever. But we put 6 months of a date on it, but it'll get harder and harder over time. So how did you learn the craft of salting the ham? Well, I'm the 6th generation of doing this. We're from a butcher's family in Carmarthen, and it's important to keep those traditions alive. And Charlotte is just referring to the fact that Cyfan have been helping the company initially, and they've helped us with the packaging. So this is the new style packaging that we have, and we're very pleased with it, and Cyfan have helped us with this. Looking forward, well, the initial step, of course, was to conquer Wales, as it were. We're not quite there yet, and but now we're trying to go the other side of the border, as it were. We're talking with companies such as Harrods, for example. And our website has just opened as well, so we do sell online. Yes, just saying, we're trying to put a hamper together, so we've got some Carmarthen ham there to be included, and they're £6 for the small package, £11 for the big one. And Nia's just noticed in the background that they've got their own hampers on the stall, and they're really selling well, all full of Welsh produce, and yeah, they've been very popular, and they're also on our website. We can post them to you. They're flat packed as well.
Mae Charlotte yn sefyll yma fo'i hamper hi.
Mae hyn yn edrych lot.
A tia faint ydy'r rhain ydyn nhw'n amrywio?
And these hampers, the small one for £30, the mid-size for £55, and the large hamper for £90.
A da bych gwaith chi a gawn ni ymlaen i lenwi'n hamper bach ni.
Well, all the best with filling your hamper, Nia and Charlotte, after looking at the hamper that Carmarthen have on their stall. Good luck.
Wel, dwi ar y grwydr, a di cyrraedd y shed ffwr a ffli. Bos na ddim ffwr neu pli yma, ond mae gennau westau arbennig iawn efo fi. Ken Markham o Lambiangel y Pennant. Iawn, Ken? Yndw, dwi'n iawn, chawr tir yn, ti'n reit. A da ni'n cadw golwg ar y gystadleuaeth y Helgwn Cymreig, rhywbeth wyt ti'n gwybod y cyfan amdano fo? Wel, dim y cyfan, chwaith o bellfor, ond diddordeb.
Aaron's left the pig ring, and looking closely at the Welsh Hounds Championship.
Yn hela, mae hain yn hela, actually hela yn dyn.
Who are actively working dogs, of course.
Yes, we see pound class here of and a gentleman just up the road here, lives not too far from Bilthin, Mark Jones. Tree Heslog Farm up in Cwmtaidda, judging, who was actually one time the huntsman of the Llanwthol Farmers Hounds. So today he is the job of judging the Welsh Hounds, and he used to keep all Welsh Hounds himself. And the Welsh hound is actually in the title then, that it is a Welsh hound that is bred to hunt on the rugged terrain of Wales, and whether it be on the rocks of North Wales or on the hill terrain round here in mid Wales. There is other breeds of hounds obviously on show here then in English and Fell, and obviously then their description is in their title and where they hunt and where they are kept. Fell is up in north of England, and obviously the English hounds in the probably the larger states in England. Hunting is a delicate word at the moment then, as we know then. It is officially banned, and most of these packs then have to abide by all these rules of laying trails and whatever, and it is nice to see that these packs have kept going under pressure from all the rules and regulations that is on go. There's a young man that I know quite well there, adjusting his hound, from down there in Llandovery area. In the Towie and Carthy Hunt, Murphy holding the hound there.
Distance rhwng y llygad a'r trwyn fod yn rhywbeth debyg o'r llygad nôl I top y pen.
Quite the supporters there behind him. I see Harry and big avid follower of Wyvern and Towie hounds.
Just an interesting point I heard on the Welsh language commentary there, Gerald, is that the distance between the eyes and the nose has to be similar to the distance between the eyes and the top of the head.
Well, I didn't actually realise that was true then, Gareth, but I can tell you one scenario is that the ears have to pass the point of the nose, to qualify. Then you'll see the judge actually just catch on to the ear of the hound and then pull it towards the point of the nose, and if it doesn't pass, then it is a breed fault then. They will be assessing every hound there as they stood there now. As we can see, they're very, very good up on their feet. If they become flat-footed, then they will not be able to cope on the rough terrain, as I alluded to, the rocks. And there we go, look, there's a judge, look.
Yes, exactly as you were saying.
Yeah, I didn't know it was an actual rule that the length of the head was a feature.
Checking
on the bite of the hound then, that they're not undershot or overshot. You feel then the conformation of the hound, because like I say, they are designed to run all day. So therefore, if they are weak on in their back or whatever, then they will struggle to survive on the following ascent all day long. Various colours and that within the pack of hounds, and there we go. Jones has made his decision.
Yep, I've got the information in front of me here, and the winner, the name of the dog is Bedwyr from the Towie and Carthy Hunt.
There we go. And the second place would be from the Towie and Carthy as well.
You're right. Yes, Bedwyr was the winner.
I know the handler that's owned in the...
And the name of the second one was Bonkers.
Oh, well, there you go. I don't think the judge would have been worried about the name, but never mind. Congratulations, Towie and Carthy, coming to the fore.
Ken, diolch o galon i ti.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground in Llanelwedd. This first day, of course, of this year's Winter Fair. And we're heading straight back to the sheep ring, and it's back to Gerald and Emma.
Thank you very much. Yes, we're back in the sheep ring, and we're back with the Continentals, and joining a breed then that we saw in the summer, and a breed that's come up really, really quickly in recent years, Gerald, the Dutch Spotted.
Yes, if I'm correct, back in the summertime then, they were only in the any other breed section at one time. And then
only about 2 or 3 years ago.
Indeed. Now they've got their own section, and as we can see, they've got their own section here within the Royal Welsh Winter Fair. And
with 8 pairs in front of us here, and a very popular breed because they're eye-catching. You know, they've got the spotty fleece, so they're different for somebody who likes something a bit different, but also they've got a useful carcass on them as well.
Oh yes, indeed, to be fair then, they're a fine-boned animal though, aren't they? So obviously that will help the killing out percentage of at the other end of the scale, but they're a fine-boned animal and upstanding animal, a little bit more sort of up in the air than say their cousins in the Texels and the blue Texels and that, but still the
bigger framed
animal, yes, indeed.
Yes, and I think that reflects in their weights here. When they do vary, they're varying from 74 kilos, but several of them pairs are over 100 kilos and going all the way up to 108.5 kilos. So you're looking at 54 kilos.
Yeah. Very big lambs.
Yeah. And
but I think they are generally, then we see it, the rams and the ewes are of that quite large frame anyway, aren't they? So and obviously then we've alluded to many times before then that these animals have to be full of meat to come here, so if they're slower maturing, then well obviously they're going to grow bigger, aren't they?
I think as well, often when you see a new breed come to the fore in the UK, there might be a fair bit of variation as well in the breeding in the first few years, and then as time goes on, you will see the breed become more uniform, and then like the breed standard becomes more uniform as well.
Yes, you're quite right. Like all the, as we've alluded to many times before, about the Belgian blue cattle, like they were imported into this country in the start, and obviously they were only a minority when they came over, but then more people got and wanted them and have bred them themselves, and therefore have tried to accommodate them what we require in this particular country, isn't it? So and in the show ring then obviously then conformation and well-fleshed animal is what is going to win. So we featured quite a bit of Mr. Clatworthy here today, and he's still working hard on all his different breeds, and
and he's had some big classes to judge as well, hasn't he?
Yes, indeed, yes.
Fair play to him.
I must say that the numbers of sheep entries in the Royal Welsh Winter Fair here are up quite a considerable amount this particular year. And
Maynard opened the programme this morning stating that there are 550 pairs of sheep here this year, which is absolutely tremendous.
To be fair to the public, public farmers, I should say, in supporting the event, and long may it continue. And oh, goodness gracious. I can see the Emma's favourite colour coming through there on them black patches. You've seen it as well, Anwen.
It's Christmas, Gerald, you know.
We'll have to come back in a while and see who
a bit
comes
more
on
glitter.
top.
Mae'r foment dyngedfennol yn agosau fan hyn.
We're going to be able to see a bit of glitter in these classes? Possibly not.
So we're back in the section 2, and Mr. Thomas then has, I believe then he is, no, indeed he's sending them on another track, so
and we just
the decision obviously and in the first 2 animals here, and maybe you would like to see the way that these 2 animals walk.
It's Aled Thomas with Lulu from O.W. Williams, the fore there at the moment.
Red heifer that is actually standing in second place at the moment, I would go as far to say hasn't quite got the same locomotion as the first, but she is an excessively wide animal, isn't she? And therefore will struggle probably to just get that nice finesse. But
that's number 74 from Paul Tippett. Too hot to trot.
Heifer
Wyn Williams.
I don't quite know how to say to you, Emma, but in a name like that probably is correct, because she is a very, very good animal, but perhaps she can't trot very well then. Perhaps it's a giveaway, perhaps, but it's a good animal, to be fair, but let's see if Mr. Thomas, that final walk around, has made his decision, and he has, by the look of it, so he stayed with his original decision.
Yeah, indeed. Lulu takes it. Lovely heifer there.
Number 46 has come out on top, and number 74.
So with this class then that's been split into 4 sections, Gerald, we will then see the winners of each section come back into the ring to be the winner of the overall heifer sired by a Limousin, won't we?
I believe it works that way, yes.
Aled am flwyddyn I chi'n gael efo lwlw fach.
Serious. Chwisto man.
Oedd y dosbarth yna yn un cystadleuol ti hwn?
Oedd yna ipyn o pressure yn ei giro clas yna.
As we alluded to earlier in the program then, the Limousin sired animal has been to the fore on a lot of the previous winter fairs, so we've seen some very nice animals coming forward, so
yes, already.
I'm sure the stronger heifers that come in this particular section yet anyway, but anyway, hopefully we'll come back and see them later on.
Looking forward to that.
Croesi popeth. Pob lwc. Diolch, Aled.
Don't forget, we're all over social media, Facebook, YouTube, X, Instagram and TikTok. And all the information you'll need is on our website, s4c.cymru/Ffair Aeaf. Right, let's head straight back to the horse ring and we'll join Anwen again.
Thank you. Yes, we're coming back now to a new section for the coloured horses. So we see here now is class number 175. So this is a class for colt, fillies or geldings foals born in 2024, and it's a mixture of both the riding and traditional type. So by that we mean the slightly lighter type, which would be plaited with very little feather, and then the heavier traditional types, which are left unplaited with a bit more feather to their bone and legs. Now we see here now in the black and white, today's judge is Mrs. Gwyneth Edgar, and she had 23 entered in this first class, and 15 have come forward. So a fantastic entry forward for her. And then we see.
And when are these all young horses, obviously of the youngest of all their breeds? Then is this a stepping stone to a future show ring?
Oh, most definitely. This is probably the first show for a lot of these foals. So experience is a vast thing that they will take home. So the judge will take that into account with regards to behaviour, and it's a little bit of an environment in there that they would never have seen before. So she may well forgive some of this little behaviour, because they are only foals, some of them only 6-7 months old. But Gwyneth now was born in Somerset and has moved all over the country and has been involved with ponies for many, many years, with all sorts of different types of horses. She used to have an Irish draft cross hunter who was named Darcy, who she had a lot of success with. So Gwyneth herself has said now that she is looking for something that isn't actually overproduced. And by that, she's not looking for anything that's overfed or overproduced in terms of restrictive aids. She's looking for the forward free movement and the natural movement that this type will bring. Because she's got the two different types, she's looking for breed standards in both of them. So you saw then a nice little platted with a slightly finer bone, and then the heavier type here now unplatted with the heavier bone and feather.
These particular classes of coloured horses, then they're very large.
Yes. Now,
is that a is it like going through a bit of a fad that the coloured breeds have become very popular for the show ring, or
they have become very popular now. Chaps, the Society for the Coloured Horses was only founded back in 1983 because many years ago a lot of people used to frown upon the coloured horses, but they are gaining in massive popularity between both the professional producers and the amateur home-produced people at home.
So what's the end game for a lot of these then? Ridden horses in competitions then?
Oh, it'll be ridden horses, it'll be driving horses, it'll be breeding stock. Because of the temperament of the coloureds, a lot of them will go on to be part-bred. Some of these were shown in the part-bred class earlier this morning. But yes, it could go on to be anything. Now, this particular exhibit I actually saw and had a chat with them this morning. So they're from North Wales, and they're hoping that this young filly here will go on to be ridden and should make the height of about 14.2. So it's exactly what they're talking about. They want them to go on to be something for the future.
So in terms of trekking centres and riding schools and things like that, would like to have some of these coloured horses on board?
Oh, most definitely. The placid temperament of some of these colours is definitely what the riding schools are looking for. Difficult to see here now because this environment is so strange for some of them. It's how do you practice to go in a tent at home, eh?
Put one up.
So here we see now Sarah Evans here from Aberystwyth, and she's with her own homebred Ystwyth. No, it's not Special K. I think the mother is called Special K. Let me just get my facts right now then. Ystwyth Tiger Rose. And I was right, the dam is Ystwyth Special K. Two riding types there, as you can see, they're both platted. And well done, Jean, your plats have turned out absolutely fantastic today. So we'll come back to see how Gwyneth is getting on with this class later on.
Cynnig dosbarth amrywiol iawn.
Nôl am Amgylch y Defed yn nosbarth.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showgrounds. We're heading straight back to the sheep ring and join Emma and Gerald.
Diolch yn fawr, Gareth. We're back with the Dutch spotted sheep in the sheep ring then. And it looks like he has been doing a little bit of a line-up here, Gerald.
Yes, indeed. And I'm standing at the, we presume at the top end at the moment is Mrs. Sarah Gibbons.
Yeah.
Married to Steve Gibbons. Down there in Hay on Wye. So we've seen them very successful in the Winter Ffair here and in the summer shows on numerous occasions. So
many times.
I didn't actually know that they were keeping Dutch spotted, but
I think they've only just gone into them. I do believe they had something here in the summer show as well. But it's interesting we say about having a matching pair. The spots on these are almost matching, Gerald.
There we go.
There you go, and maybe it was the spots the judge liked. They are taking first place in this class with a pair of God, I can't get my words out. Dutch spotted sheep, and they are coming in at 94 kilos for the pair. So a nice little weight there.
Yeah. Did you spot me up here?
Yes, I did. They were standing out. I've got to admit.
They were standing out and standing up. The old girl. The old girl was struggling.
As long as they haven't got four legs up in the air.
No, that's right. They are the right way up.
No, but amazing again.
I'm really pleased. Yeah.
And you've got a few of these, haven't you?
Yes. Yeah. Well, got only about a dozen used, but yeah. These are twins, these are.
They were twins?
They're twins.
Wow.
Well, not. They were one of twins of a triplet. Reared on the bottle.
These two are reared on a bottle?
Yes.
Well,
if you want to get fat, come to me and I'll feed you.
We'll send you all our pet lambs.
Yes.
Coming out as good as these.
They will, yes.
You must have a lot of patience.
It does run a bit thin sometimes.
Oh, well done you.
Thank you,
Dyma chi ddyn sydd yn wyn o glist i glist yn fresh oil.
Well, as you can see, it's quite busy here at the Winter Ffair this afternoon. And it's going to be busy in the cattle ring as well. That's where we're headed next. It's back to Gerald and Emma.
Well, thank you, Gareth. We're back again in the Limousin heifer section, and we looks as if we've moved up another notch.
It does, and Ivan there just speaking to the owner of Lulu that we saw earlier on. So I'm sure he'll be watching the other classes to see how his heifer compares to the others here, Gerald.
Yes, most definitely, but a lot of these exhibitors and that will be as of yesterday and this morning, and that they'll be up there and will be judging on their own behalf of who's got a very good animal and whatever. So I know they still have to convince the judge of Mr. Thomas here in the heifer section then that they're worthy winners. But there's a lot of judging, and talk goes ahead up in the lines where they are.
Oh yeah, everybody around the ring there has their own opinions.
100%, yes,
has
and
their own
entitled
judge
to it. There's only one decision that matters, and that's Di Thomas's. Today,
and we have a
section 3 here, so as I stated, we come up in weights section a bit, and it just looks a bit more power, don't they?
It does. Another 7 entries in this class as the previous 2, but the weights have gone up, as you say, Gerald, so we're ranging from 610 kilos to 628 kilos. So only a variation of 18 kilos from the lightest to the heaviest, which is not a lot really, is
no,
it?
Indeed it isn't.
Especially when you come to this power of an animal. Some super heifers here. You can see as the weights have gone up, just that maturity and the finish and the balance of them improves as they go up, doesn't it?
Yes, indeed.
And it's interesting as well, we don't see in the summer show, they clip the faces, don't they, here at the Winter Ffair.
Clip the underside under the belly,
Yeah.
and that again is to emphasise the confirmation then, isn't it?
It is. So the contributor's daughter there is just saying that his daughter is showing in this class as well.
So Thomas then is instructing them to one another walk around the ring, and see then again to try and assess their locomotion and how they walk and how they carry themselves. That one like to go in reverse, didn't it? Anwin says that's a big fault in the horse world, see, so it's a big fault in the cattle world, because but never mind, you get away with it.
The same, how do you practice?
Again, as you alluded to in the horse world, it's quite a different environment in there.
Very much so.
With
So
all
how
the
old?
noise and all the colours and that are around, and the people that are moving, and
So what would be the
a good,
average
strong animal
age of
there.
some of these now,
Exceptional
Gerald?
shape on that particular animal.
Yeah.
But no, good class, very good class.
So Gerald, what would be the average age of some of these heifers?
Oh, sorry, they'd be 16, 18 months, I expect, yes.
So again, similar to the horses, quite young.
Yeah, they're young animals, yes. A lot of these, actually, they could be that 18 to 20 months, a lot of them, because quite a few of these probably may well have been exhibited in the baby beef section last year, and like a lot of them animals are in that sort of 7 to 11 months, like, so yeah, they could be touching 2-year-old, but I wouldn't have thought so. Not too many would be 2-year-old.
They're
20 months probably.
They're mostly from the 18 to the 2-year-old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of these particular animals and suckler herds then like to calve in the springtime, because they go out from the sheds and then out to the grass as soon as possible.
Dr. Green.
So therefore, and another thing is then, like as I say, a lot of these animals unfortunately will meet their demise this particular winter, because they will be fed indoors and finished indoors. So pulling round at the moment in first position, well, whether it'll stay there or not is 59, which is the Alfords. You know, the Alfords have been very strong in the showing of the Winter Fair. But as Di Thomas is instructing them all to go forward, you'll have one more assess, one more look, I should say, see if his decision is the correct one. Well, he won't be wrong as far as he's concerned, will he?
Almost definitely not. So the difference I see is with the horses now, we're not hands-on at all, because the judge is very much likely to get kicked if they're hands-on.
But,
so
it's very, very different here, because they are judged as fat stock animals.
So the food production element.
Yeah, that's what it's all about.
Yeah.
It's nothing else really, because you want a well-finished animal as a butcher's beef animal, isn't it? And so the only way you can assess for fat coverage is by handling them, yes. I mean, you can look
He's
at
trying
the
to assess
composition.
what is under that jacket.
Yeah, okay, very much, yeah.
And quite an interesting one will come forward, as we will see later on. Then Mr. Di Thomas here is a showman. He would obviously he will have sold, all his show animals will have gone and met the butcher's trade at some stage, whether when he's finished showing them or whatever, and they've gone. But anyway, we'll have to come back in a little while to see what Mr. Thomas does in this class.
Thank you, Gerald. Mia is in the South Glamorgan Hall at the moment, and she's with Donald Morgan from Llanrystyd, who is juggling several jobs today. He's been a judge, he's a steward, and he's also a competitor, so it's been a busy day so far for Donald, Emma.
Yes, definitely. We're getting our money's worth out of Donald.
But he's just emphasising there that he's glad that he's been able to judge the junior section and looking here at a miniature winter garden.
That's right, and really great entries in these classes, and I think it's something that's not new, but definitely maybe refreshed fresh then, and there we go, just saying ysgol yma there, taking the first prize.
And what's also another thing he's also noticed is the variety of entrants, not just the numbers, but the variety of what they've actually produced.
Yes. There we go. So so some of these entries then, school entry then, it has been done by the whole school, not just one child, whereas the collage now is for one child, one entry. Oh, look at that, that's beautiful. Yeah, so that's actually done on a slate. So he's created a reindeer then out of sticks, and the lawn or the grass there is felted, but the background or base of it is done on a slate.
Maggie Davies from Ceredigion winning that second prize.
Beautiful robin there. That's done out of leaves. So what is comments there? Yeah, the frame is a little dominant, isn't it? And hyn is the winner. Just saying that it's a very creative piece and very intricate, isn't it, really? And I think
lots of detail, isn't it?
Yes, I think it's one of those that every time you look at it, you're going to see something new.
Evie Edwards from Powys, the winner there.
So then we have now then...
Is this the miniature gather for individuals? Whereas the previous one was for the whole school.
School, yes.
This is the individual competition.
Yes, I think you are right here, yes. Yes, he's just saying that in the pond by there, the frozen pond, there's little lights underneath it, which just sort of brings it to life, isn't it? There we go. A lot of work has been put in creating the fence, and again we've got little lights, and that one got a third prize, and this second prize here, bit different styled, a bit more natural, and the garden with the veg in it
and
as
the
well.
Frozen water and the little frozen pond as well.
Yeah.
A lot of variety once again.
We're just going to look at a different section. This is the school collage. So we saw the individual collage, and Donald just saying how much he enjoyed judging this one. So Croshelig School. Yeah.
And this is another example, Emma, what you said earlier on. The more you look at it, the more you notice, I suppose.
Yes, you find...
And see all the Christmassy kind of quotes there.
And I think as well, different aspects of collage in the same piece, isn't it? Oh, another Christmas tree. Donald likes his Christmas trees, doesn't he? And that's got a lot of fresh elements in it. Oh, and here we have the first prize. Oh, wow.
What a collection.
Something, of the nativity story. Something really simple about it, but also quite modern as well, isn't it? And
once again, an example of somebody using a slate as a base.
I think we might see a lot of slates next year. This seems to be the in thing, doesn't it?
You can sense Donald's enthusiasm, and as a Cardi, he's glad to see that a number of schools in Ceredigion have come to the fore, rather. Right then, we'll leave the handicraft section, and we'll head straight back to the horse ring. There's been the results, Anwen.
Yes, it looks like Gwyneth Edgar has already decided on her winner of the foal class for the colours, and it goes there to Declan Davis with Steppers Lady Mercury. Bred by himself, the sire is unknown and the dam is unknown. But no, I do know that it's bred by Declan himself, so the catalogue is actually incorrect there. But a quick word now with Declan himself.
Yes, yeah, this is the third time on a trot we've won this class then, and hopefully we'll do all right in the championship.
Is she related to the others?
She would be full sister to the one that went champion here 2 years ago, and she was full sister to the one that came second last year, and then half sister to the one who came champion last year.
So you're obviously doing something right.
Well, I don't know about that, but thank you very much.
Surely you'll have a busy fair usually. Got a few others in?
No, we've got one in the next class, and that's me done this year. So.
You can take it easy then.
That's it, yeah, take it easy.
Well, pob luck.
Diolch yn fawr.
So congratulations there to Declan Davis and Megan Williams from the Steppers stud in Aberystwyth. Steppers Lady Mercury. A worthy winner of a strong class, coloured foal classes. A huge congratulations. And there she goes. A little bit reluctant to show herself off in this atmosphere, but I'm sure she'll get going. We'll see her later for the championship.
Croeso nôl ato ni, gylch y gwartheg.
Welcome back, and it's straight back to the cattle ring, and it's back to Emma and Gerald.
So we moved up another section then, Ems, in the next section of the Limousin sired heifer.
Yes, we're with the big girls now. We are ranging from 631 kilos all the way up to 713 kilos. And she's the heaviest in the class by almost 40 kilos. So that's a tremendous heifer there.
We see a heifer there then. Neil Lloyd from the Blue and Black show team is showing on behalf of Elvet Williams from Senny Bridge. Elvet and Sam and Ben Williams. Elvet was the feed merchant, hay merchant and straw merchant, and now Elvet is taking the back seat, and Sam, his daughter, is taking on the feed side of it, and Ben, his son, is taking on the hay and straw side of it. But they put Neil Lloyd here, who is a professional show person, to feed, well, not necessarily feed, handle the animal throughout the show in.
Now then, Gerald, it'd be interesting to see that heifer you're just talking about there now was called Lulu, and indeed it was another Lulu who took the section, the 802 section. So are we going to end up with a pair of Lulus?
Well, looks very much like it. It looks a very good heifer, to be fair. And this Lulu here with Albert Williams was bred by a young man not too far up the road here, Trevor Price. Turossa in Llanafan. So this heifer hasn't moved far in the life from Llanafan over to Senny Bridge and back to Bilth.
No, she's actually the.
I wonder will she be going back to Senny Bridge or where will she be going? Yes. It's a good heifer, very, very good animal. But this is a very good section again, and as I state, Mr. Di Thomas here is the man that has the decision.
Mae'r profiad gyda fe'n does. A mae hon yn heffer neis gan fel ydys ti Llyr a Laura Hughes, Pabo. Dwi'n meddwl bydd hon, ti'n bod, nes i weld yn cyfle mewn, a just y ffordd oedd hi'n
Black heifer then is the heifer from Llyr and Predir Hughes. That's Sexy Spice.
Mae
Bit of fun to be had with these names, Gerald.
Sorry?
Bit of fun to be had with the names of these heifers.
Yeah, quite right.
Felly dowch nôl ato ni.
Well, we'll have to come back in a little while to see what happens with Mr. Di Thomas and whether Lulu makes her cousin in the final.
Yes.
Thank you, Gerald. Thank you, Emma. And without further ado, we'll go straight back to the horse ring and join Anwen.
Yes, so we have moved on now to the yearling class in the coloured horse section. So again, we have the mixture of both the riding type and the traditional type mixed together in this class. And we had 24 entered and 14 came forward. So a bit of a squash in this little ring that we see in front of us. But here now we see one of the riding types, platted with a nice coloured brow band. Feathers have all been clipped off. So here we see exhibit 2100, and that's Mice Ron's Diamond Delilah. So for some of you who missed earlier, judging this class is Mrs. Gwyneth Edgar from Monmouthshire, and she's got a tough decision ahead of her. But as we were speaking about earlier, Gwyneth is looking for something that's not been overly produced by being fed too much or with too much training and restrictive aids. So she's looking for the natural show movement and outline with as little confirmation faults as possible. So her experience in all these years of judging will come in handy with all these different types ahead of her. And she said sometime this morning to us that it's going to be a somewhat nervous time for the equines in that ring, but she hopes that she can make everybody feel special, and that she hopes that to look forward to a career in the ring for some of these future animals. So As we can see now, Gwyneth is a little bit limited in her mobility, so she's asking the exhibitors to stand one direction and then turn to stand in the other direction so that she can see both sides of the animal. And then asking them to walk away so that she can see the straightness of the movement. And then they will turn around at the far end and trot back so that she can see the straightness of the movement in the trot as well. So the traditional type here, which is different to the one we saw earlier, a nice piebald coloured here. 2105 there. H. Thomas with Forlan Cwmwl, handled here by Howell Thomas. Sired by Fronlan Ace of Spades out of a Sanclair mare, Sanclair Santo. And then another traditional type in front of us here, 2103, owned by Abigail O'Toole, Moortown Betty Boo, and handled in the ring here by Richard Burge. Sired by the Scoundrel out of a mare called Revelation. So, again, because of the different varieties of types in here, you're going to have different heights as well, because this is a mixed class, and then all of them are yearlings. This one a little bit slightly bigger. Probably will mature around about 15 hands, I should imagine.
You quote as yearling the definition of yearling if they're born after the 1st of January or before the 1st of January?
After the 1st of January.
So these now would be...
These would have all been born in the year 2023. So a nice flowing movement there and covering the ground.
So they become a yearling once they pass that
yes.
first birthday?
Yes. So here you see another different type, slightly heavier again, what we would call the Vanner type. A lot more feather. And a lot more limb, but a little bit smaller in stature, so probably will only mature at about 13.2, if that, possibly. But a nice stamp of an animal with a very unusual colouring. So not quite piebald and not quite a roan, little bit in between. But that's the lovely element of the colours, is it's not being judged on the colour. It's still going off the conformation of the animal and the movement. But colour is that they have to be registered with the Chaps Society, and that means that there must be white above the limb. So above the stifle or the elbow there must be a white patch. So we will come and see Gwyneth conclude this class later on.
Thank you, Anwen. Well, there's still some blue sky up there. Let's get the rest of the weather forecast from Branwen Gwyn, and it's a mixture, or it has been rather, a mixture of blue skies and some scattered showers, and the rest of this afternoon those scattered showers will continue to drift in from the west, and the highest temperatures around 10 degrees Celsius. Tonight those showers will drift further west, and under the clear skies we'll have some low temperatures, some down to freezing point. And it'll be quite fresh tomorrow, it'll be quite dry, there'll be plenty of blue skies above, although the clouds might come in later in the afternoon, and once again the highest temperatures around 10 degrees centigrade. It's going to be rather windy at the start of Wednesday, but getting sunnier as the day progresses. Towards the end of the week, it looks as if it's going to be quite dry. Branwen and Nia will be looking for a bite to eat, and Branwen just mentioned the new area here at the Winter Fair. Gwylio'r or feast. I'm sure we'll be visiting there at some stage during the course of the Winter Ffair. We're going to leave you for the time being. We'll be back soon.
Nawr da chi, mae cymunedau ar draws y wlad yn clirio'r llanas gafodd ei achosi gan storm Bert ymhlith yr ardalodd sydd wedi taro weitha yn y dem a cwm Teleri a Phont y Pridd. Yno mae pobl agwleidyddion yn feirniadol o'r awdurdodau am fethu rhybuddion hynt medden nhw bod llifogydd ar y ffordd. Mwy gan Gareth Pennant.
Y gwaith clirio yn dechrau y bore yma ym Phont y Pridd ar ôl storm ddifrifol y penwythnos. Mae'r cyngor yn dweud bod rhwng 200 a 300 o dai wedi ei heffeithio, ac mae 30 o ysgolion ar gau yng Nghaerffili a Sir Fynwy wrth i rybuddion llifogydd barhau mewn grym. Yng Nghwm Teleri ymlaen y Gwent, dyma'r olygfa, yn dilyn beth sy'n ymddangos fel tirlithiad dros nos. Mae nifer o bobl wedi gorfod gadael eu cartrefi.
Mae'n ofnadwy gweld beth sydd wedi digwydd yma dros y penwythnos. Mae hiw'r Ancademys yma fel deputy prif weinidog i weld beth gall Llywodraeth Cymru gwneud i cynnig cymorth i pobl Cwm Teleri ac i Cyngor Blaen y Gwent i sicrhau bod ni'n cydweithio fel cymuned i dod dros beth sydd wedi digwydd.
Yn y gogledd, bu farw dyn ar ôl mynd ar goll yn Afon Conwy. Nad ydy'r corff wedi ei adnabod yn swyddogol, mae swyddogion wedi cysylltu â theulu Brian Perry, oedd yn 75 oed. Yma ym Phont y Pridd, mae nifer yn naturiol yn flin ac yn cyhuddo'r awdurdodau o ddiffyg paratoi ar gyfer llifogydd o'r fath. Yn ôl y swyddfa dywydd, fe fydden nhw'n cynnal adolygiad llawn o'r hyn ddigwyddodd, ond maen nhw'n mynnu bod y storm wedi rhagweld ymlaen llaw a bod nifer o rybuddion mewn lle.
Yn y ffair eang Llanelwedd, mae Llywodraeth Cymru wedi cyhoeddi newidiadau i'w cynllun ffermio cynaliadwy. Fe ddaw hyn ar ôl protestiadau eang yn erbyn y cynlluniau gwreiddiol. Mae tro pedol yn golygu na fydd na orfodaeth nawr ar ffermydd Cymru i dyfu coed ar o leia 10% o'i tir. Ac ar yr un pryd, mae Llywodraeth Cymru wedi amlinellu cynlluniau i godi treth ar ymwelwyr. Maen nhw am roi'r hawl i gynghorau i godi tal bychan ychwanegol ar bobl sy'n aros dros nos, hyd at 25 ceiniog y pen. Bydd yr arian, medden nhw'n cael ei fuddsoddi wedyn mewn gwasanaethau cyhoeddus mewn ardaloedd sy'n denu nifer sylweddol o dwristiaid. Fe fydd y brif raglen yn dod yn fyw heno o Bontypridd. Tan hynny, pnawn da chi.
The Winter Ffair 2024. Ceredigion's last show as feature county, and in the opening ceremony, Ellen and Stefan Rattray quoted one of Ceredigion's most famous personalities. As the late Di Jones once said, keep these farms. And to any government listening, all we want is a right to earn a living.
Elin Rattray yn dyfynnu dau llanilau'r
yes.
mawrth agor
Elin Rattray quoting the words of Di Jones, and Elin and her brother Stefan were given the honour of opening the Winter Ffair officially earlier on this morning. Yes, it's been quite busy here. We've had the mixed weather, and of course we've got to look forward to tomorrow as well. And we'll be broadcasting live until 4 o'clock. And coming up in the sheep ring, we'll be featuring the butcher's weight section. Aaron will be visiting the young farmers section and taking part in some of the competitions. And we'll also see the coloured horses and ponies championship. Well, we've got another opinion poll for you. Well, an update on the result, rather. We asked you earlier this morning what you thought the price would be during the sheep auction tomorrow. Well, 63% of you are still in favour of the £600 to £900 price. And then in the cattle auction tomorrow, 53% of you think the price will be between 7,500 and 10,000. And we've got another opinion poll for you now. In the pig auction, what will be the selling price? Between £200 and £300? Between 300 and 500? Or between 500 and 700 or above £700? And Aaron, of course, we've seen him on screen. He's been in the pig ring this morning, and I don't know. I don't think he's not going to commit himself as far as the auction price tomorrow is concerned. Oh. Nia was just asking Aaron. Now then, was there a lot of sweating going on there? And Aaron just referred to the facts. Nia, pigs don't sweat. Anyway, she's just referring also to the fact that we've had pretty stormy weather during the course of the last couple of days, but things have quieted down here. As you can see, it's quite busy, and who knows, maybe the fact that it's been blue skies for most of the day has appealed to most people, and they may well have thought, right, let's head over to the showground. People have come here to do some Christmas shopping, of course, and there's late night shopping here, by the way, until 7 o'clock this evening, which will be followed, of course, by the traditional Winter Ffair firework display. And there are plenty of little nooks and crannies around the showground as well. There are quite a number of trade stands. There are there's a new feature, by the way, in the sheep shearing shed called Gwylio'r or Feast, where there is a stage, and there are quite a few people already been there this morning performing. So there's plenty. There's a bit of entertainment going on around the showground as well. Well, Aaron just referring to his scarf and wasn't quite sure whether he was clashing with Nia's jumper or not. Anyway, we'll see Aaron later on, no doubt. But in the meantime, we're going to head back to the cattle ring and join Gerald and Emma.
Yeah, thank you, Gareth. Back to the conclusion, hopefully, of the 804 section. Heifer sired by a Limousin, and this is the last of this particular section, and these are the heaviest animals within this particular section, and Mr. Di Thomas is giving the animals once more round the ring, and coming up into camera shot here is number 73, as we've seen earlier on, from Elbert Williams from Sunny Bridge, handled by Neil Lloyd of the Blue and Black show team, and that's a very good effort, to be fair, Ems, isn't it? Looks from here, she looks very good throughout the top.
Lovely heifer. Yeah. And she's indeed the lightest heifer in this class.
But our opinion matters for nothing up here, but Mr. Thomas is the one that has the decision of putting it forward or not.
So indeed, he's at the top there, as I was saying. He's the lightest heifer in this class. They're still in weight order at the moment, by the look of it, ranging from 631 kilos all the way up to 713 kilos.
See the lady in third position there, I do believe, come on top of the pile last year, in Blair Dufton, wasn't it, from up in Scotland? Didn't they win last year? My memory serves me correct.
I can't see.
But anyway, he has now selected. Looks as if he's pulled Albert Williams' heifer forward so far, but we'll have to wait and see till the Rosette is in, and I believe it is a young lady that was champion last year.
No, that's the heifer from number 40 then, from Clear and Peredur Hughes, Sexy Spice.
All right, okay.
Wel, yr hogyn yma sydd yn ei ffenni sydd yn edrych ar ei holi, dwi'n meddwl, ac yn gwneud y gwaith. Neil.
So,
Neil Lloyd holding here and Dai Windows.
He's working hard, isn't he? Kind of catches eye there, doing every little thing he can.
Dwi ddim wedi newid I feddwl unwaith bore yma. Unwaith mae wedi cael nhw'r pwynt yma, mae wedi sticio ati I benderfyniad, ond mae e'n ôl yn cael ei ddwylo ar heifer Lora. I wedi newid I feddwl ar yr eiliad ola.
Tos am llawer rhwngthyn nhw. Mae'r ail heifer yn just chydig bach fwy modern, chydig bach fwy o ben ôl. Ond yr heifer goch ma'n mymryn bach gwell ar ei thop, sy'n ni'n
Mae'n crafu pen yn llythrenol, boes.
Ynddi.
A di wir. A Dai yn cael gwres I drad fan hyn. Mae'n mynd nôl unwaith eto.
So taking his time over his decisions here. He's going back again.
A gai sioc fawr os neith newid I feddwl, mae rhai fi...
He hasn't. He's stuck to his guns so far, but he's...
Looks as if he's made the decision, and it is
yeah, he's
Elbert
going...
Williams has come on top. And
very well done to them. And another Lulu. We had Lulu in the second section. And we've got Lulu here again. So we've got two Lulus. It is Battle of the Lulus.
So we'll see Lulu tomorrow.
I think I'm going to go a bit Lulu after all this.
What's the chances of Lulu winning the competition, isn't it? Very good animal, to be fair.
Super heifer.
We'll see them again in the overall championship tomorrow.
Yeah. Very, very well done to them.
Mae Sylwebaeth Saesneg ar gael ar y botwm coch. English language commentaries available on Sky Plus, Freeview or Virgin Media. Please press the red button. If you have a TiVo box or Sky Q box, please go into settings and use the audio selection option. Subtitles are also available, and any problems, please contact the viewers hotline.
And don't forget, we're here till 4 o'clock this afternoon. Let's head over to the horse ring and rejoin Anwen.
Thank you, Gareth. We are going back to the second class in the coloured section. There are only two classes here for the coloureds. We've already seen the foal class. So this is the classes for the yearlings, and that is eligible for colts, fillies or geldings of both the riding type and the traditional type as well. So our judge for this morning has been Mrs. Gwyneth Edgar from Monmouthshire, and a class here of 24 entries with 14 forward, so a very strong class. So stood in top at the moment, we have exhibit number 2092, and that's Rosita Hammer with her horse Marbles, handled today by Elliot Clifton. In second there, we have the winner from the foal class, and that is Declan Davis, leading Joshua Bassett's Willow Touch of Class, a champion a few weeks ago at the Glamorgan Welsh Pony and Cob. And then in third, at the moment, we look like is 2088, and that is exhibit R. Butler with Wyston Luigi. No, so have we seen in previous classes, the final decision isn't made, and it's not gospel until Gwyneth has decided. So she is taking one more look down the line and could well do some changes. So, as we spoke about earlier, this is the riding type, slightly lighter with no feather and plaited, and this one looks like it's slightly larger, so it would probably make a hunting type of horse that could go on to be an all-rounder into any sphere, whether that be jumping, dressage, eventing, or a pure, just a nice all-round riding club type of pony. So so those of you that missed the classes earlier, the coloured classes are not necessarily judged on colour. Colour is important because they do need to be registered with the Chaps UK Society. but they're not judged on colour. They are judged on conformation, movement and type. And as usual, the classes in colour classes are split into traditionals and non-native. However, here they have all been put in together, so we just have a class of yearlings. So Gwyneth there having one final look. Will she want to keep the lineup the same, or will she want to make any changes?
Yn barod.
So the exhibitors there, as you can see, still working their animals, still showing off. This one getting a little bit fidgety with the environment. But
a willow's touch of class.
As we've spoken about before, this environment, there we are. It looks like Gwyneth has decided to make a change. So we can see now 2106 has come up to stand in second. And that is Debbie Ori with Radley Sweet Fun, bred by D. Lee. This pony was sired by the Longhouse Floretino and was out of a mare Just Another Galloway, handled today by Daniel Ayling, so congratulations to him. So the red rosette has in fact been given to our winner for the yearling coloured class, and it goes to Rosita Hammer, led today by Elliot Clifton, and it goes to Marbles. So Marbles was bred by the exhibitor, sired by Amazing Jigsaw, out of a dam called Justin, A Twist of Fate. So congratulations to them. And as I do understand it, this animal is for sale, so I do hope that they have a bit of luck. But we'll have a quick chat now with Elliot, the winner of our yearling class.
A little bit excited there. He is, yeah. First time out, so he's pretty excited, yeah.
It's fair to say that yourselves and Rosita, you've always done quite well here at the Winter Fair. You're always very consistent. But it's lovely to have a win.
A little bit excitable there, so unfortunately David's not having much of a good interview.
I think we're a little bit camera shy, Elliot, so we'll try and catch up with you later, okay? Good luck in the championship.
609.
There we are. So well done to Elliot Clifton and Rosita with their horse Marbles. And they win the coloured class on the yearling section. And in second goes to Debbie Ori with Radley Sweet Fun. Third went to R. Butler with Wystone Luigi. And we will see them all return for the championship.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground. We'll be broadcasting live until 4 o'clock from the Winter Ffair. And without further ado, it's straight over to the sheep ring, and we'll join Gerald and Emma.
Thank you, Gareth. I'd say Em's arriving at the business end of it now, because the butcher's weights is, I would think, on track record, has produced the overall winner in the Royal Welsh Winter Ffair here on many, many occasions, and the strength of the section is immense, isn't it?
Oh, tremendous, absolutely tremendous. Not only in past results, but out in numbers as well. Just looking in the catalogue now, that there are actually 78 pairs of lambs entered in this class. So definitely some breaking down of the class needed here, and indeed they've been broken up into 6 sections, and the first one then is a pair of lambs up to and including 73.5 kilograms.
And this butcher's section then can cover a wide variety of breeds and crosses and types of lamb, and we see Mr. Clatworthy, as we've seen him many times before this morning. He's really got his work cut out now, isn't he?
I was going to say he's probably one of the hardest working judges here. Not that they're not all hard working, but just with respect to sheer numbers, he's got his work cut out for him.
Yes, indeed, and as I stated before, he has to assess what is under this woolly jumper.
Yeah, there he is
and like
now.
we stated, there's so many different types of lamb on show and breeds, in terms of probably then, I'm quite confident to say this is a pair of Beltex or even Beltex cross.
I'd say the Beltex genetics would feature very heavily amongst all entries in this class, I would say then.
Do you think no M's in trimming these lambs or whatever? I think you stated earlier on, I'm sure the man with the trimmer perhaps went a little bit harder on the one and then got a bit harder on the other, and then
it's like when you're trying to even up.
Well, yeah. So you go down to the skin, so there you
go. It was a bit like in lockdown when there was no hairdressers about and you had to cut the kids' hairs, and it was just ended up with a crew cut.
Shape, anyway. These pair of lambs have got tremendous shape, anyway.
Tremendous.
E-confirmation.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Like we say, there's quite a variation of lambs then on display here, and there's another pair of Beltex cross there that are perhaps not quite as heavily trimmed, but there's the Dylan partnership over there with their pair of Beltex cross again. They're very well trimmed.
Very nicely turned out, aren't they? Very nice.
Nice to see some young handlers holding these animals in the show here.
It is, yeah, absolutely.
Future of the fair looks in good hands to me.
Being very conscientious in judging these, and going from the neck down on them, and again putting quite a lot of emphasis on the loin, Gerald.
Well, yes, indeed, it is the... They all associate the back ends and extremely good back ends on every animal that is on display, yes, indeed. But when this carcass is hanging up, it's all revealed then, and as I state, the loin has become a very, very important part of the animals now, and I think he's feeling the ribs then to see what sort of fat layer is surrounding the ribs, and
feel on the ribs there, but also on the dock, which is the head of the tail as well. That's a little indicator as well of the fat covering of the sheep
and
as well.
Another thing is, as we've alluded to many times before, the description of the class is in the title, in a pair,
Absolutely,
isn't it? And
yes,
so he has to feel every animal, and then if he thinks that the one is weaker or stronger than the other one, well, obviously it's a pair he is looking for, and quite an achievement for these stockmen to produce a pair.
That is where the skill comes in.
And some shepherds have worked harder on trimming their animals than others, as we can see, and I don't know, is that out of choice or is it out of...
maybe the alarm didn't go
the
off
rough
this
look.
morning.
They're going for the rough look, perhaps.
Maybe the alarm didn't go off this morning and there wasn't quite enough time to grab the hairdryer. But it is interesting. You have said, we talk about trimming and the influence of trimming so much. I wonder if they will bring any untrimmed classes into the show. Be interesting, but we'll come back a little bit later and see how this class gets on.
Don't forget our competition. There's a chance for you to win a £100 token to spend at your local butcher shop. There's a video on the website, but what we wanted to do is answer this question. Phoenix, the Supreme Chaplain in the cattle section last year, was sold in the auction for how much? 5,100, 7,000 or 8,600. The closing date of the competition is tomorrow, Tuesday, at 4 o'clock.
Well,
we saw Iron earlier on, and he's been travelling around the showground, and he's just bumped into Will Ellis from the CF Moto stand. He's got his own company, mind you, called DG Agri. He's based up in Llanbedr, up in Gwynedd. And he bought the company about 5 years ago, yes. And this is the first time, I think, that he's been here at the Winter Ffair. Yeah, well, he's just saying that he was fortunate enough 5 years ago to be able to take over the company, and they used to sell tractors, but they don't anymore. It's easier for them to sell things, sell products that people want and need more so. And obviously, there aren't many farmers around anymore without a quad bike of some description or other.
Sy'n neud bywyd lot haws a saffach mewn lot o lefydd ynde.
Efo plant a bethau nhw ni?
Efo plant, ie. Da ni'n ffeindio efo, wedi efo teuluodd ifanc, maen nhw'n gallu strapio plant mewn i...
Yeah, well, just to explain it with a CF Moto, they tend sometimes to be safer than a quad bike, and especially if you have children, and as far as selling's concerned, he's makes a lot of use of TikTok, and the prime reason for doing that is because it doesn't cost that much to do so.
TikTok a social media yn ffordd da ni'n gallu cael wyneb o flaen.
Yeah, Will Ellis, he's just saying that social media and TikTok is one way of contacting the customers. There's boys in the workshop who do their own little videos for TikTok. There's a lot of fun to be had by doing it as well, but it's one way to keep in touch with the customers.
Plug bech neis y tu fyna wan, de. Ac wyt ti di setlo wan efo'r cwmni a bethau yn Llanbedr, ond wyt ti di bod a traed go boeth yn teithio'r byd?
Do, dwi di bod yn lwcus iawn o...
Yeah, Aaron's just referring to the fact that Will has had an opportunity to travel. He's visited over 50 different countries as a mechanic, or either as a mechanic or teaching other people how to fix their machinery. So he considers himself very fortunate to have had that opportunity.
O, lle gori? On Cymru, of course.
Oh, Cymru. Yeah, where was the best place to sell your produce?
Wel, mae'n bobl yn ciwio fyny, mae.
And the answer, simple enough, was Wales. Very diplomatic, Will.
Pob lwc.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground, and we're heading for the horse ring. So let's join Anwen.
Thank you, Gareth. So, as these two Welsh commentators are saying there, to win a red rosette here at the Winter Fair is an accolade, but to win a championship is something extra special. So as we see here now, our judge for the coloured classes for this morning, Mrs Gwyneth Edgar, has both the first and second place from the foal class and the yearling class. So we see there in front of us now the winner of the yearling class, and that was Marbles with Elliot Clifton. And here now we see the second of the yearling class, a slightly smaller type of pony, but radly sweet fun. So, and then here we see doing his individual trot is the second place from the foal class, and that is Berg Wallace Hocus Pocus. owned by Lucy Dyer and Harry Blockley, handled today by Harrison Blockley. So it looks to be a little bit tired, this particular little foal, but a fantastic effort for all of them and a good experience for these little youngsters here in the ring. So we will see now how Gwyneth will decide how she wants to place this. Now, Gwyneth had spoken earlier today about how she didn't want them being overly produced. And she finds that the partnership between the handler and the animal is very important, and the manners that they have. And it looks like she has pulled her champion forward, and there it goes there to Declan Davis, and congratulations to him for winning the coloured championship. There he has Steppers Lady Mercury. Declan, a very well-known handler here in the showing ring. Usually seen with the cobs and the Welsh ponies, but has ventured into the part-breds and the coloureds. So congratulations to him there. And in reserve comes forward the winner from the yearling class, Rosita Hamar, with her horse Marbles, handled today with Elliot Clifton. So some of you that might not have been with us earlier this morning, Declan won the foal class, and in his interview post-winning, he said that this young lady here now is a full sister to Steppers Neptune, who was champion here at the Winter Ffair 2 years ago, and also a full sister to Steppers Jupiter, who was second here at the Winter Ffair last year. So he must be doing something well with these fantastic bloodlines of him in the Steppers stud. So here, a quick chat with the champion, Declan Davis.
Quite the defeat, really. How many years running have you had this now?
This is the third year on a trot I've taken champion in the Winter Ffair, then with the coloured. So that was the aim, so now I'm going to go into retirement and not get stressed.
Just to be honest, I think there's a lot left for you to do.
Oh God, sometimes I think, I'll be honest, yesterday I was debating whether to come with the filly and she wasn't quite leading, but today she's done me proud. So
it's surprising when they get in amongst others how they'll react.
Yeah, isn't it? Definitely. Yeah, they always surprise us. So no, I'm really happy with the filly and I think she's got a big future.
Well, you'll be back obviously tomorrow now then for the championship.
Yeah, we'll be.
You planning on staying?
No, we really live an hour and a bit away, so and we've got one to come back tomorrow that I'm not showing, but so she can come up with it.
So congratulations there to Declan Davis, and we will see him return for the Supreme Championship tomorrow. So congratulations to Declan with Steppers Lady Mercury.
Thank you, Anwen. Well, earlier today it was announced that the winner of the prestigious 2024 Nuffield Scholarship is Sioned Davis, a barrister from Builthwells. And Sioned's expertise in planning and environmental law, alongside a deep-rooted passion for agriculture, made her an ideal candidate for this year's Nuffield Scholarship. And as a barrister, she's represented a range of stakeholders within the planning and environmental sectors, including agribusinesses, commercial developers and public bodies. Growing up on a family farm and working within the agricultural law sector, Sioned has a unique perspective on the challenges facing today's farmers. Nana's background inspired her Nuffield research project, which will focus on scaling insect protein production using on-farm chicken litter. And this approach, well, she aims to tackle the pressing pollution issues in the River Wye catchment area by transforming waste from intensive poultry farming into a high-quality, sustainable insect protein for animal feed. And of course, this project will see Siored travel internationally to learn from industry leaders and explore scalable solutions. And her journey will include visits to, well, worldwide really, to Europe, Australia, New Zealand and Asia, where she'll study advanced insect protein production methods and strategies for circular agriculture, which would include Japan as well, and perhaps South Africa if the budget will stretch that far. But her research promises to offer valuable insights into sustainable farming practices for Welsh agriculture and beyond.
Unioni hynny, ti'n ceisio newid hynny felly. Pryd mae'r gwaith caled ma'n dechrau, ta Sion bach?
When does all this work start? Well, I'm heading off for New Zealand in March. Well, having won this particular scholarship, I'll be meeting up with other people from other different countries who've won scholarships themselves as well.
Dwi'n edrych ar fel y regulatory frameworks yn benodol ac gymharu beth sy'n digwydd ar draws y byd I gyd a beth sy'n digwydd yn y...
And she's just referring to the fact that the Royal Welsh Society remains dedicated to supporting and celebrating innovation in the agricultural sector. And many, many congratulations, Sioned. Right, let's head back to the sheep ring and it's back to Gerald and Emma.
So we return to see our judge, Mr. Clatworthy. We've been working hard, since we've been away.
It looks like it, indeed.
There's a young man not too far from myself in Gwynfer in second place at the moment. Dylan Davis, my father and his wife, standing there in second at the moment and hoping that Mr. Clatworthy will change his mind. But
and in first place is Owen and Rachel Watkins with their pair of lambs, which come in at 65.5 kilos, if I've got the right number. Super turned out. Yes, they do take first prize. Indeed, it's Rachel Watkins. Super pair of lambs.
Second place, as I said, it is Dylan Davis, Masada Gwynfer and his wife.
And their pair of lambs come in at 66.5 kilos. So not much between them, was there?
Not a lot. Turned out to, you would say, perfection, mine, aren't they?
Oh, absolutely.
To be fair.
Go steady before I do scare them. Massive congratulations to you. What a difficult class that was.
Yeah, very nerve-wracking, I must admit, but no, very pleased, yes. Yeah.
And what's the history behind these two?
Oh, well, Rachel's more than anything else. But they're out of a couple of ewes and by her own tap, so quite a little flock she's got. I bought Winter Ffair lambs out from here and bringing the progeny back, like us we've been doing here.
2 years ago?
Yes, so I bought a few lots now the last 3 years, and only a small flock we got, but very pleased.
But these are your babies?
Yeah, they are. Yeah, I'll take credit for these ones.
But it's team effort.
It is, to be fair. He puts a lot of the work in, so I can't complain.
I hope you're paying him well.
Well.
I think the price has gone up now.
I think so, yeah.
Are you happy?
Yeah, very happy, thank you.
Well,
Thank you
very much. Congratulations, Jim.
Thank you.
Wel, drychwch pwy sy'n gwmni fi erbyn.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showgrounds, and we're going to be with you for just over an hour until 4 o'clock here at the Winter Fair. Let's head back to the cattle ring and join Emma and Jill.
Thank you very much. Yes, we've been following the heifer competition all morning, but now we're with the young handlers competition. So they have already competed the junior section and the senior section, and we've got the winners of the two sections now coming up against each other for the overall best young handler.
Yeah, this is where, say, the future of the show lies, in these young people, 2 young boys, or 2 young men, I should say, out in the class at the moment, plying their trade and showing their animals off to the best of their ability. This young man has been well trained, he hasn't taken his eyes off the judge yet. And they will be judged on how they handle these particular animals and present the animals for the judge to inspect, and walked around the ring as they are. 2 good animals to do so.
A ni'n gweld nawr y 2 grwt sydd wedi cyrraedd y bencampwriaeth. Maen nhw'n gwneud gwaith da. Mae Owain Morgan wrth gwrs Mogi, mae di ennill fan hyn yn y ffair wrth gwrs, a wedi cystadlu siwt gymaint yn dod. Gwybod yn union beth sy'n angen neud yn byd.
The judge there, Mr Owain Morgan from Ceredigion, or Ogi, as many call him. So he's got his work cut out for him now to judge the overall winner of this competition.
This means so much to these young men. Get a red card, which they've achieved in their respective age sections to start, is tremendous, but to actually come out and win the overall young handler would be the icing on the cake, and they would feel very, very happy.
Here we go. And the so all the ages of the young handlers are between 14 and 26 years of age on the first day of the Winter Fair. And the judge will be looking for a handler that shows the animal off to the best advantage for the judge. And they have to be competent and have the physical ability to control the animal if required. And there's also another stipulation that all heifers and steers must be 426 kilos or over.
So obviously then we're talking of an animal of a significant size then, so
yes,
they just can't go in there and drag a calf
around.
No,
take a little calf, no. I'm sure somebody's probably thought of that in the past, and that's why we've got the rule there, isn't it? Yes.
That's the only reason why I'm not in there. I couldn't handle that. I stick to my ponies.
If you can handle them wild horses, you can handle these quiet animals. Sure you can. Here then the judge looks as if he's made his decision, and as I say, maybe some proud parents sitting in the grandstand as well, surely, haven't they?
Absolutely, absolutely. There we go. Oh, there's some. See, we see the showmanship coming into play.
Even
there
the judge
now.
is playing his part now.
Yes.
He's taking the.
He's gone. There we go. 260. Ryan Jones has taken it. So he would be the senior there, taking it.
Tipyn o gamp, a mae dod i'r brig mewn unrhyw gystadleuaeth yn deimlad braf, ond pan ti'n ennill mewn digwyddiad mor fawr â hyn, mae wir yn rhoi hwb i rywun yn dweud.
Ond mae pawb moyn ennill a chi di ennill ond chi wedi wneud i.
Na, wara teg. Llong warchiadau mawr iawn.
Very well done to him, and I'm sure we will see him coming back, and hopefully for many, many years as a handler. Years to come. So very well done to all who competed in this competition.
Good luck efo popeth. Y cystadlu nawr heddi a fori. A cofio ni at pawb adre na fyd ar y ffarm yn St Clair.
Diolch yn fawr.
Diolch Olwen.
Mae'r gweryru yn mynd yn uwch.
Well, it's been very busy during the day here at the Winter Fair, and it's been busy in the horse ring as well, and that's where we're headed next. Here's Anwen again.
Thank you, Gareth. Yes, so we've moved on now to the Section A's, so the Welsh Mountain ponies. And here we have our judge for today, Mr. Sandy Anderson of the Thistledown stud, all the way in Loughborough. So he had a strong class here, class 180, and this is the colt foal class. With 27 entered and 16 have come forward. So obviously the weather is having an effect on how many exhibits are actually coming forward. So Sandy is originally from Caithness but has lived in Loughborough since the 1990s. And although he studied economics and geography at university, he's gone on to have a large part in the agricultural industry, having interests in both horses and cattle, and the transport business, his hospitality business. But he's probably most better known in the recent years for him being the chairperson of Grandstand Media, the company that actually run Horse of the Year show. And he's been in charge of that since 1999. So it looks like he is coming to the culmination. I'm not entirely sure. We seem to have missed a lot of this. But at the moment, he seems to have pulled in Rhys Freeman in first place. In second, we've got Tracy Jones. In third there, we've got Dukes Hill. And in fourth, we've got Simon Charlesworth there. 2117 there is Dora from the Islin stud. And we can see they're coming in now is Kitty Bodley from the Glebedale stud. And so apologies for me not actually knowing at what point we've come in. So I'm just as excited about you watching this at home to see if he has made his final decision or not. Being a good judge, he's making sure that the whole lineup is getting placed correctly, which is important for some of us competitors who will never actually get to the top.
Standing in second position at this present moment then is Tracy Jones, Nan Forcog stud.
A neighbour of yours, is she? Or from
Not too far away,
Not
yes,
too far
indeed.
away. So, is this your only connection to horses then, is it?
Yes.
So, but no, I know.
recognise the person, I don't recognise the horse, you can believe me.
No, Tracy is a very good stalwart of Welsh Section A ponies with the Nant Forchog stud there and her prolific stallion Centennial Ramos.
Yes, John, her husband's father, was a big person in the Welsh Mountain pony and grazes quite a lot of the mares out on the Black Mountain throughout the summer period.
Which is what a proper little Welsh pony should be.
That's quite right, and his uncle then in farming in Fadre, just down the road again, was very, very keen, and to be fair to Tracy, has taken on that mantle now and done a very good job.
And in the top there we saw Rhys Freeman. He's another supporter of the Welsh ponies, and I believe his son was the champion young handler at the Royal Welsh Summer Show this year. So passing the passion down from father to son. So still working his animal because the judge has not taken his bowler hat off yet. So we shall see now. Now 2118 there, having one final look, and that's being handled by Simon Charlesworth, and that's Mandy Higgins' Pinewell Hegarty. Will he move them around or not?
The Welsh Mountain pony then has got a different future realistically to what we've seen in coloured horses. A lot of these will be of interest of plenty of foreign people.
Yes,
the Welsh Mountain Section A, I believe, has gone worldwide, isn't it?
Well, it has gone worldwide because abroad there is very few what we would class as little riding ponies for children, which is where the Welsh Section A's have really taken a hold abroad, and their temperament proves that they are fantastic children's ponies. And it looks like the red card there has gone to Rhys Freeman, so congratulations to him, and we'll see now if you have a quick word with David.
It's the first time I've ever won the Winter Fair, to be honest, in the A's.
Well, you've been here campaigning for many years.
Yep.
Tell us a little bit about the colt.
Pardon?
Tell us a bit about the colt.
Well, it's his second show this year. He was Supreme Foal Champion at his first show. And his half-brother, I won the Royal Welsh as a foal in the main ring.
carrying on the family ways. Well, hopefully you've got the championship coming up. Best of luck.
Hopefully, thank you.
Brian. So there we are, Rhys saying that he's been competing here for many years but never quite won it, so he's finally made it. Congratulations there to Rhys Freeman with Pennywell Crusader.
Pennywell Crusader yn eiddo I Rhys Freeman a Rhys hefyd yn dangos.
Sired by Plasterw Pimpernel out of idyllic Celeste. We'll see them later on.
Os omdyn CF Moto, achos mae yna beiriannau yn bob man, mae Will ti wrth fod.
Well, Aaron is still with Will in the machinery section, and some of these machines that Will himself has sold, including this straw chopper.
Ie. Ac o ti'n gweld un o hyn yn cyrraedd ardal, ydyn nhw'n gwerthu hunain wedyn, a bod y drws nesaf eisiau...
That's it. Aaron's just making the point, if once you've sold one in a certain area, do you find that you sell another one perhaps to a neighbouring farm? And he says, well, funny you should say that, it's quite often the case.
It looks far easier than a young folk to spread the straw. That did, didn't it, actually? What a pitchfork, yes. Yeah, that is the case then, but straw is expensive, the machine is expensive, so I believe when it's chopped up as fine as it is with them machines, then therefore that straw will actually go a lot further. It also then works the other way then, if it's chopped up as fine as that, when it's spread on the fields later in the summer, then the machine that is spreading it doesn't have to work quite so hard. So a lot of bonuses in an actual straw chopper, but still a lot of money for a farmer to invest just to spread a bit of straw.
Looking at the fencing material here, point that Aaron was saying, the conservation, of course, is a very, very important factor and a very important thing to consider these days as well.
Well, yes, quite right. The stakes then of a lot of people have double fenced hedges, planted hedges, and we've just seen in these new rules and whatever's going to govern us, planting areas off the trees, so people will be looking for a good deal on fence posts to erect fences to protect these such areas.
O'n I wasgu drwedd, o'n I weld bod yna fwy o bethau achos draw yma. Excuse me, gentlemen, sorry. Gen o lew?
Muscling their way past.
A hain wedyn, sôn am hwyluso, mae'r handlers ma'n bob man, oedd hwnna'n, beth ti'n galw salon, mae'n bech o luxury yn doedd.
Oedd i'r dairies a'r ffermydd mawr.
Yeah, Aaron was saying that these handlers here in the past would have been considered to be a bit of a luxury, but they're becoming more and more common.
You do see a lot of them on sort of bigger farms and dairy farms as well, and they will be loading all day, almost loading feeder wagons for rations and stuff like that. So their workload has got bigger and bigger. But then we have these sort of bobcat type machines then that can get you into smaller spaces and everything like that then. So there's a job for every occasion.
And Aaron was just saying you don't need a pitchfork or a shovel anymore these days.
No.
I might not have one as expensive as that, but I have quite an old telehandler, and that does all the jobs for me for everything. Scraping the yard, moving the hay, it does all sorts. It's the only thing I can drive.
I think Aaron just asked Ellis, so if you were given the freedom to choose one piece of machinery or whatever that's going to make your life easier, well, without a doubt, he said a quad bike.
And a small handler.
Yeah. Right, something that's going to be able to move the stock and make life easier.
Ceri chwilio, wel, dwi'n dal yn ôl i hir. Diolch yn fawr am y sgwrs.
Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Welcome back. And as you can see, many vehicles there parked here on the showground. A lot of visitors on this first day of the Winter Fair. And we're heading straight to the sheep ring. And the judge in this particular class has got his work cut out. It's the Black Welsh Mountain lambs. Back to Emma and Gerald.
Thank you very much.
Yes, indeed. This is a serious, strong Class M's of 24 pairs.
24 pairs, so that's 48 sheep out in the class. And these rings, they look quite big on telly, but they're not actually all that big when you get down in there.
And this would be our first look at our judge, who's come down from Dumfries. Mr. Innes Graham. I don't think there'll be many Black Welsh Mountain up that part of the world, will there?
No, I don't think so.
Perhaps he'd be impressed now. He'd be taking some back up with him, perhaps.
We see them an awful lot in the summer show, don't we, Gerald?
Yes, indeed. A real little show sheep, aren't
they? They are popular amongst the smallholder and young handlers as well, and they're a bit of a sort of an into the world of showing. He's looking in distress there, isn't he? Yeah.
Actually, this ring for this quantity of pairs of lambs is very small, isn't it?
He does look a little bit like he's sort of lost there. But where would you start, isn't it? It's
where do you start?
Tough going. You can see why sometimes with bigger classes they do split them up, isn't it?
Yes, indeed, yeah. And as you would say, there's no distinguishing features on all these little black sheep because they're all exactly the same, aren't they?
Exactly the same, yes.
And there isn't a lot of weight differences there.
We are ranging, just having a quick look through them. They're not in order, but it looks like our lightest pair are around the 52 kilos, going all the way up to 81
all
kilos.
All good before, yeah.
Yes.
There'd be 13 kilos dead then to 20 kilos dead. So, yeah, there would be a dash.
Yeah, there's a fair bit of weight difference there then.
Well, that young man's either trying to show off he's strong or he's got the smallest pair in the ring, bro.
It's probably the naughtiest, so it's the only way to move them around. They look quite sharp.
Well, it's part of their breeding, isn't it? It's a bit like, you have your Welsh Mountain ponies and you down to the Shetlands. The smaller the breeding, usually the livelier they are, shall we say.
Young Kenneth and Carol from Langwina there, and Meryl, Mum, looking on in the background.
There seems to be a larger percentage of young handlers in this particular class.
They do, and as we're saying, with the summer show as well, you do get a lot of young people keeping these sheep because they are easy to keep, they're attractive, and they are appealing as well. So it is an appealing breed for young people to get into.
Now, the only experience I have of sheep is tack sheep that come down to us every winter, and now they are Welsh sheep, and they are absolutely terrible at finding a hole and getting out. Are these the same?
No, well, you're supposed to supply him with grass. It wouldn't get out clear their grass.
Well, I am a carrot.
So you haven't got enough grass on your farm. That's what that problem is. See William Workman there in the thing at 494. A lot of local representatives in this particular section, and
they're pushed out in all corners, aren't they? And
I don't think that Mr. Graham is going to arrive at the conclusion on this particular visit. We'll have to come back in a while to see how he's getting on.
He's got a lot of work ahead of him. And we rejoin Nia, who's with Anne Davis in the junior classes handicraft section, and there were an awful lot of snowmen and reindeers to be seen then. I think Anne has been judging here during the course of the day.
I think there's as many entries there as what there was in the Black Welsh Mountain. So this judge worked very, very hard as well.
These children are far more creative than I ever will be, so they've all done so fabulous.
Yep, and this particular class, I think 7 years of age and under, is a snow person in any medium. You can see the variety there.
That's very politically correct that we've got there. We were a snow person rather than a snowman, and indeed looks like we have a slow lady there as well.
Loving the false eyelashes.
And it's quite hard as well to judge when you've got any medium to judge as well. You don't know what you might get. You might get, you've got papier-mâché or knitting or whatever turn up. But a very jolly snow person there in first place indeed, isn't it?
And really Emma, what do you think that one is made out of?
I'm not too sure by seeing it
I can't say
close up.
Now then, that's a very good point, Brian. It gives them, because it's in any medium, it taps into the child's creative instincts, if you like. It's a chance to experiment with different materials and so on and so forth.
But it's just like we talk about the young handlers and like with the Black Mountains now, how it's appealing to young people. It's a way of getting young people to enter at the show, isn't it? And keep entering, hopefully, into the future as well. Yes, just saying how craft has gained in popularity again. And I think as well, over the lockdown, a lot of people got into craft, didn't they?
Yet another reference to the lockdown period that things have been...
and its influence. This is stunning, isn't it? It's a reindeer, and this class was for between 8 and 12-year-old, and a reindeer, again, any medium, wasn't it? So very interesting. She's just saying she was looking at different skills and how the children developed different skills and how they brought them to making the reindeer.
Maen nhw'n ffantastig, wy'n siŵr bydde Sean Carden yn hapus ein rhywun ar...
Yeah, and just saying that Father Christmas would be more than happy with any one of these reindeers.
A oedd yn dwlu neu gwaith papurau.
The judge there is just saying that as a person who used to love making puppets or the craft of puppetry, this really appealed to her, and really something very different, isn't it? And displayed really nicely as well. Yes. Absolutely, because I suppose if it was just on the table, you wouldn't see that it was a puppet. And they were just, the second one then has been sewn. So again, the child has learned the skills how to use a sewing machine. The third, and I think we have a joint third actually, did we? Yes, there's a couple there, and the nobleness of that one appealed to her.
That's interesting as well. And yes, just referring to the fact that quite a few youngsters amongst the adults or senior people who are here looking at all these exhibits.
So this class then is for children of between 13 and 16 years of age, and it was a wreath, again in any medium. This is absolutely stunning. So this is done in a corn dolly technique. So it's kind of like a cross between plaiting and weaving, I would say, and made from straw. So quite an ancient craft, really. So an adaptation of the corn dolly then into a wreath with the bell.
It's an intricate piece of work, isn't it?
Very, very. So this one then looks like a rag wreath. So you take small pieces of scrap material to make into your wreath. This was second then.
Mae'n edrych yn syml, ond dim mor syml.
So as the judge was saying, it looks simple, but actually there's a lot of technique in it and different ones. So there's a lot of sewing and such has gone into that, and also very appealing to look at.
Well, that says it all. The judges just said, I would like to take that home myself, which is probably the best compliment of all.
Dal yn hoffi bod gyda nhw.
Ardderchog. Diolch i chi am y sgwrs. Mae'r gwaith yn fendigedig.
Diolch yn fawr. Diolch.
Well, dyma ni erbyn hyn, felly'n symud ymlaen at yr eidonau.
Plenty of activity going on outside, of course, late night shopping here today until 7 o'clock this evening, and of course following that it's the traditional firework display But from the outdoors into the indoors, back to the cattle ring, back to Emma and Gerald.
Thank you very much. Yes, we're back at the cattle ring, and we've seen the heifers, and we've seen some young handlers, and now we're going to see some steers, Gerald.
Yes, indeed. Our native breed, the Welsh Black cattle, is the first steers to come forward, and obviously with a change of sex of animal, we changed our judge. And this will be the third Rattray we've seen in the ring today. We've seen the brother and sister opening the show earlier on, and they are the children of our judge here, Mr. Rob Rattray. Rob Rattray, a familiar face in the Royal Welsh Showground here, both judging, exhibiting, and also we've seen Mr. Rattray purchasing an animal, because he does run the butcher's shop, as we've seen the children in Aberystwyth.
And just taking his hands over these Welsh Black cattle now, 4 entries in this class, and they range in weights from 436 kilos to 561 kilos, so almost 120 kilo difference in them, which is quite significant.
Yes, indeed, and as there are only 4 in the class, then we see different judges have different styles of judging, as we've alluded to many times. We'll see how Mr. Rattray approaches it from left to right, right to left, or will he randomly select out of his lineup?
I do believe they come in weight order to start with.
To start with, yes, indeed, yeah.
Rob yn gigydd yn Aberystwyth. Mi oedd yn prynu yn aml yn cefnogi, tydylunwyd, pobl o ardal Aberystwyth yn dod. Oedd e'n hoff o gefnogi'r pobl yna.
So, like our heifer judge previously, then he will be looking for exactly the same thing. The confirmation of the animal, also the finish.
Mae'n dipyn o grefft yn dwi efo ni I besgu a chi gwartheg. Siwt I chi ni, o'r borfa'n unig neu mae angen bach o gec ar y diwedd?
Again, concentrating on the loin heavily as well, as much as the hind quarter.
Dysgu lot pob blwyddyn.
Mae'n siŵr.
Mae'n interesting, ond
interesting as the judge, then, as you just stated, then the continental breeds against the native breeds here. Obviously the native breeds aren't as muscular, isn't it? And obviously then, but still same fat content you'll be looking at underneath this particular jacket of this animal. So and an animal, obviously, as Mr. Rattray is a butcher, obviously he would be thinking, well, which animal would I like to have on my shelf in my shop, like, isn't it? So, and which animal which he assess would produce the correct product one which he'd like to sell. If it's too lean, well, obviously he wouldn't be able to command a decent price, and if it's too fat, he'd obviously been penalised then. So finding the animal that is correct for him to exhibit and produce out of his shop.
Battle of the Titans are done.
Yeah, they are.
He's taking his time over them, isn't he? We've got there 122, which is the steer from Edward Jones.
Mr. Rattray then, I don't know, is it fortunate or not so fortunate? And then we've seen Di Thomas earlier on today judging the heifers, and numerically the heifers away more heifers here than the steers, so still nonetheless you have to examine every animal exactly the same.
So there we go.
Making a selection now
looks
then,
like it, and it looks like 126 there. Indeed, coming first we have the steer from WJ and M.A. Davis, Tindrinen Dylan, and he comes in at 557 kilos live weight.
Yn 500, bron iawn yn 560 kilo, felly, dwi'n rhif drwm Mae'n gywir iawn.
Seis bach neis a gywir dda.
Ydy, ti'n iawn. Teip bach neis iawn.
There we go, he has selected his winner, and you are correct, in 126.
Llongyfarchiadau mowr iawn iddyn nhw wrth i nhw aros i'n erbyn y garden goch. Ac edrychwn ni mlaen at mwy o gystadlu yr eidonau. Mae'n hyn yn adran y bysych ac efan am y tro. Diolch i ti fyd.
Iawn, diolch.
Welcome back. Let's head straight back to the horse ring and join Anwen.
Thank you, Gareth. And what a fantastic sight we have there in front of us for class 181. So a large class for our judge this morning, Mr. Sandy Anderson. 41 were actually entered in this class, and therefore they had to split it. So now what he has called forward is the top 6 from both of the sections. So he has a difficult task ahead of him for this filly foal class. So there we see the Ceylan stud with Mr. David Davis, Dora Evans there of the Islin stud, Kitty Bodley there of the Glebedale stud, 2157, that's the Mark and Liz Kilby with the Idyllic stud. some fantastic names in front of us now for Mr. Sandy Anderson. So, as we mentioned earlier, Mr. Sandy Anderson has been a stalwart of great grandstand media, and but he's been part of the Welsh Pony and Cob since 1987. And registered his prefix Thistledown back in 1988, and his first foal Thistledown North Star. Now, some of you may be aware of some of the amazing Thistledown ponies that he has bred over the years. The 2021 Royal Welsh Champion was Calared Heartbeat, a firm favourite by many of us. And as Sandy has said that he's looking today for an animal that combines Welshness with type and correct conformation, and that his winner has got to be a good mover. And that goes to show because some of his ponies have been prolific winners under saddle, with the most famous being Thistledown Van der Vaart, making history by winning the lead rein class at Horse of the Year show a record number of times, which I believe is 5 times, and taking the overall Supreme Pony as well back in 2017. So it looks like now then we do have a final lineup for the filly foal class. Stood in top at the moment is 2175, and that is Julian and Hayley Williams and family's Kilmary Elegant Edition. At the moment, Kath Owen Lily with Catomos Allegra is stood in second. And in third, we've got the Mark and Liz Kilby of the Idyllic Stud with Idyllic Governess. Now, the big question is, will they stay there? So, a fantastic lineup there, with Mr. Anderson taking one final look to make sure he keeps the decision or whether he will change it. So, to some of those who are interested in the breeding element, Julian and Hayley bred this pony themselves, sired by Hope Prince Llewellyn out of Kilmary Special Edition, handled in the ring today by Julian himself. And then stood in second was Catomos Allegra, bred by Kath Owen Lily, sired by Alun Gold Solstice out of Catom's Calendar, handled today by Graham Roberts. And then third at the moment, Idyllic Governess, bred by Mark and Liz Kilby, handled in the ring today by Liz Kilby, and sired by Spring Lane Dragoon out of Idyllic Guinevere. So, will he swap them around, or will he stay the same? And the hat is off, so he has made his final decision. So congratulations there goes to Julian and Hayley Williams and their family for winning the Red Rosette. I think these are from South Wales, but please don't quote me, because I probably will be wrong. But here now, we'll head over to David and have a chat with Julian.
She's quite a firework, actually, and she's actually out of a half-sister to last year's Supreme Champion.
Well, this family has been a very successful one for you.
Yeah, we've had a lot of luck. We've had a lot of luck, and yeah, fingers crossed.
You say they've come up trumps here quite a bit in the fair as well.
Yeah, no, we're on a bit of a roll at the moment, so yeah.
Where is Hayley now? I'm sure she's probably somewhere.
I've seen her on the sidelines. She's probably crying or something like that.
She'll give you a critique when you get out anyway, right? Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So there we are. Congratulations to Julian and Hayley with their homebred Kilmary Elegant Edition. The tail is up, the movement is going, the lap of honour, the crowd, all the atmosphere. So Kilmary Elegant Edition, who we will see later on for the championship.
A dyma ni, dwi'n meddwl bod e wedi gwneud I benderfyniad am gael
Well, it looks as if the judge has made a decision in the sheep ring. Let's go back quickly to join Gerald and Emma.
Yes, all the way down from 24 pairs. He's whittled down to his winner, which is Kenneth Thomas, with his pair of Black Welsh Mountain lambs, coming at 81 kilos for the pair.
Young Kenneth Thomas then, his grandfather farms in Gwylio'r in Handicraft, and there's his auntie. Well, no, actually, she'd be his cousin, actually, Carol Howells, helping him out. So a very proud young man, and I actually seen that pair of lambs in the shed with him just a little while ago. So
it's the glitter that did it, Gerald?
Yes, no doubt about it. I didn't see him with glitter on when I seen him in the shed. No.
That was a last minute.
And in between there, his mum in the background there, and Merrill. Actually, Kerry actually lives just in Llangarreg village itself, but they go up the farm and help out, and there's his mother quite excited in the background with...
Just saying he's competed in the summer show before, but this is the first time he's ventured in the Winter Ffair.
I'll have to have a word and tell him he should have been in school probably today, shouldn't he? Carol and the whole Morgan family and that, no show, strangers to the show ring, and have done very, very well. And actually, he's got Mum's name is on the list of winning, not Kenneth, but anyway, congratulations to them and well done, and we'll see them later on.
Wel, dyma ni felly wedi symud ymlaen i'r dosbarth nesaf adran y gwartheg.
So we'll actually come back to the cattle ring now and see Mr. Rattray again, and we're actually in the 2301 section. This is the steer, sired by a Limousin bull. So the first of two sections in this particular section, and some exceptional good animals.
We can see this steer in shot now, Gerald, from Tony and Iona Ponsonby. They were out with their heifer early on, and this is in fact Ivan Jones Evans, the bullock. Not the presenter, but the steer. So
trying to confuse us, eh?
Yeah.
And there's some good animals here, and
it's
good showman in the line there.
It's one way of getting a bit of attention from the presenter, isn't it?
That's quite right. Quite right.
I'm sure even the presenter will be pleased to see that's a good animal, and indeed he's coming in this class. He's the lightest in this class then, at 519 kilos, with the weights going all the way up to 626 kilos in this first of the classes for steer sired by a Limousin bull.
It's a very correct animal, doesn't he?
Oh, certainly. And next to him there is the steer from Gwylio'r Jones Howells, Mr. Peach. And at the moment then they've come in weight order. So no line-up as yet from Mount Judge, Mr. Rattray.
Ac ni'n gweld y gwartheg sydd wedi teithio lawr o'r gogledd fan hyn. Mae boi sy'n gallu cynnyrchu stoc yn yr ardaloedd.
See, there are 6 steers in this class. As you said earlier, Gerald, not as many steers in the steer sired by a Limousin as what we had heifers earlier on. There's 4 sections in the heifer class. I think it's a little bit harder maybe to turn the steers out to look showing the heifers. They just look a bit sweeter, don't they? They keep their
yes, I believe as we've alluded to many times before, that this 600 kilo, 620 kilo mark seems to be the optimum target and what they want for a finished animal in the section. And I believe it would be a heifer would probably finish a little bit better at that 600, 620 kilo rather than a steer, whereas a steer would perhaps be still growing at that. So, maybe the optimum target for a steer to be finished would be in the close to 700 kilos, wouldn't it? And but still, I've always been sort of amazed by the fact that that the purchaser purchase the beast by a lump sum of money. So in my sort of mindset, the heavier the beast, the bigger the carcass, the more they got to sell.
The better the value.
There you go. Yeah. But
Yeah,
we don't all think the same, indeed, but there's still tremendous show of.
I do think though it's just the champion and reserve that gets sold as overall some, and then
I do believe we've seen this young man here holding this number 161 out in the young handlers a few moments ago. So he's back into the stable, get his next animal out and out to the second one. Good bullock there, to be fair.
Ar un di wedyn, gan Glyn Williams, Lord of the Manor.
Yeah.
Mae hwn yn un wyt ti di roi gweld.
Very heavy animal there by the side too.
Yeah,
in terms of
that's the heaviest in the class.
Yeah.
It's the last one in the lineup. 626 kilos. Lord of the Manor from Glyn Williams.
Slightly heavier bone, slightly heavier animal, built right throughout, isn't he, that particular beast then? But as I said, Mr. Rattray is a butcher, and we're obviously looking for an animal which he thinks would make the best animal for himself to be able to market.
And Carlisle yn yr Agri-Expo hefyd i'r eiddo nath ennill pencampwriaeth, so mae fe'n
I'm afraid we won't have quite time in this to see what Mr. Rattray made a decision, and we'll come back in a short while, hopefully, to see what he does.
Ymlaen I weld le mae'r garden goch na mynd yn y man.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showgrounds. We're into our last 15 minutes of our broadcast here on S4C, and we're going to head straight to the horse ring and join Anwen.
Thank you, Gareth. Yes, we are coming to the culmination of the Welsh Section A's, judged this afternoon by our Mr. Sandy Anderson of the Thistledown Stud. And this is the championship. So, we have seen Rhys Freeman win the Colt Foal class with Penwell Crusader. We have seen Julian and Hayley Williams win the Filly Foal class with Kilmary Elegant Edition. We have bypassed the yearling classes, but for those of you at home, the winner of the Colt class was Idyllic Opera Ghost with Jenny Kilby, and the winner of the yearling fillies was Carol Mai, Queen of Rock, with Arian Wyn Williams. In shot there is Arian with her winning yearling. So, what will Mr. Anderson decide as his champion? There we see now Sam Mosley, who was second in the yearling filly class, and she is leading on behalf of Owen Rhys-Griffiths with Ilar Delaware Dancer. So, I think Mr. Anderson said this morning that he wanted his winner to be a good mover, which combined both Welshness and type with correct conformation. And I think he has a very good lineup ahead of him. But what will he decide as his champion? Personally, I'm not sure if I would want to put my head on the block here, because I think any of these could go on to have a career. Myself, I like a pony to be under saddle, because I'm quite a small adult, so I'd like to be able to ride one of these ponies. They're not just for children, they're for us small adults as well, to have a bit of fun on. But there now we see Carol May, Queen of Rock. So she was bred by C.M. Oldfield, sired by Carol May Fancyman out of Leahurst Quip. So looks like he has made his decision, and it goes to the winner of the yearling filly class. And then in reserve there it goes to the winner. Has there been a mistake? Yes, it has. Unfortunately, poor Rhys is not the reserve. It does actually go. It actually goes to the second place winner of the yearling filly classes. A little bit of confusion there with the stewards pointing at some ponies. And so both of his champion and reserve come from the yearling filly class. So for those of you interested in the breeding, as I've already said, Carol May, Queen of Rock, bred by Mr. Oldfield, sired by Carol May Fancyman out of Leahurst Quip. And then reserve champion goes to the second place yearling filly, Owen Rhys-Griffiths is Ilar Delaware Dancer, bred by Mr. Griffiths himself, sired by Waxwing Flypast out of Waxwing Dainty Dina. So David here now having a quick chat with the exhibitor. And I think she's a little bit shocked. As she said there, she had every intention of going home. So she's now got to change her plans to come back for tomorrow's championship. Congratulations to Arian Wyn Williams. And there she goes for a fantastic lap of honour. Winner of the championship for the Welsh Mountain Ponies at the Royal Welsh Winter Ffair 2024. Arian Wyn Williams with Carol May, Queen of Rock.
Well, Croeso, no.
Right, let's head back to the cattle ring and rejoin Gerald and Emma.
Thank you very much. Yes, we are back in the cattle ring with the steers sired by a Limousin bull, and it looks like Mr. Rattray is having a tough time there, Gerald.
Yes, indeed he is. Some very good animals looking in there, to be fair.
And even though there's
quite a variation, though, in terms of... But then it's, like I say, what is it, the real showman, or is it the real animal which Mr. Attry wants to put on his butcher's slab? So, yeah, he's got to take it all into consideration. And
we do have a weight variation of over 100 kilos from the lightest to the heaviest, so that, you know, that does create a little bit of a difference. You know,
yes,
it is something to be considered, isn't it? Sometimes with the, like we saw with the heifers, there wasn't an awful lot of
no, that's quite right.
in
No,
the classes.
Well, they had 4 sections, didn't they? And
yes.
Obviously then...
things were tighter, weren't they?
Yes, they're tighter then. Yes, that's quite right, yes.
Ydy, ma fe.
Flash.
I ni'n gweld Rob with fod Tudur
spending his time going over every animal. That one there is Mullin from Iowan Tudur Edwards, coming in at 586 kilos, so getting up towards that 600 kilo mark, isn't it?
Yes, indeed, yeah.
That's a little bit of a sort of standard, isn't really? Not giving much away.
No, indeed.
Thinking. Poker face, yes. Indeed. So,
to be fair to Mr. Attry then, you know, as we see him going from animal to animal then, obviously he, in his own mindset then, he's probably handled an animal which he thinks would probably be the best to represent himself, but he has to go back and give every animal the same consideration, because it is, as I've alluded to many times, it's his perspective. He's trying to find the animal which he requires, and or he thinks will be the best for himself, and also with the show in mind, as in terms of an animal that is correct looking wise as well, and appearance wise. Very nice steer there with that 161, a real picture of an animal.
161 is from S&R Stamp. He's called Hobnob, and he's coming in at 606 kilos.
Good weight, to be fair.
Yeah. That's the sort of there or thereabouts, isn't it?
So actually they're focusing in the centre at the moment, whether it's indecision between them two animals or whatever, but I'm sure he will.
Hobnob is there from S&R Stamp, travel from Somerset.
And as you stated, there's a lot of animals have travelled along here to come here to the Winter Fair, and the Welsh Winter Fair has become a very, very strong, probably the strongest commercial show.
Oh, now then,
there we go. He's taking number 161 forward at the moment, and young man, as we alluded to, we've seen him in the young handlers a little while ago.
And coming in second is Tudur Edwards with Mullin. That's the one he spent some time on, and very close in weight there, those two. They sort of are a bit of a...
Probably the only difference in these two animals would one be slightly darker than the other, isn't
Just
it?
Slightly.
Just slightly, but two very nice animals, very attractive animals. Good top line, good bottom lines, to be fair.
Looks like he's going for a type there, isn't it?
Yes, indeed.
And it is nice to see when a judge is judging that he is sort of consistent in his judging as well, isn't it?
Yeah. He looks down the final lineup. He must be happy with what he's seen.
Absolutely.
As you stated earlier on, there's a lot of judges on the outside of this ring. But their opinion counts for nothing. It's
not
Mr.
today.
Attry. No, not today. Not today.
And there he is having a look over Ivan Jones-Evans. I didn't think I was going to say that today when we came here to do the commentary, but... okay. Not Ivan's day today, shall we say? But again, of course, as well, he's the lightest in this class today, and I remember saying many years ago when my stock judging reasons could do with a little extra time to reach his full potential.
Right.
So
And there is an old quote in terms of a job of work, which Mr. Rattray is actually doing in here. They'll always say, don't know how long, it doesn't matter how long it takes you to do it, but it's the decision at the end that counts the most, isn't it? And nobody will ever ask that question. How long did he take? It looks as if he's made his mind up, and number 161, the young gentleman there, has received the first prize, and Stephen Stamp. So we'll see Stamp tomorrow.
Well, we'll see Hobnob tomorrow too.
There we go. So we're back to the business end in the lambs as well.
Yeah, back in the butcher's weights once again.
We see the Hall family there taking first prize.
Now it's interesting, we have talked a little bit about trimmed and untrimmed, and an untrimmed pair have come to the fore here.
Yes,
in the fourth section of lambs between 91 and 97 kilos. And they were indeed the only pair of untrimmed lambs in this class. So the judge certainly impressed by them for them to take this fourth section of the class then.
Just to be fair, very good pair of animals, and
certainly,
as we've stated many times, the Halls have travelled down from Carlisle.
And that pair of lambs coming in at 90.
And they're not going to come down with a rough pair of lambs, are they? Even though they look a little bit rougher in appearance then, but they're an exceptional pair of good lambs, and obviously the judge has decided what's underneath that rustic appearance is what counts.
Absolutely.
They are. They look solid.
They are. Rock solid.
Why did you trim these? What was the reason? There must be something behind it.
Just hadn't time.
You are busy, aren't you?
Yeah, we are.
And there's another wee baby in the family?
Yeah, there is.
Little Bonnie?
Yep, Bonnie.
How old is she now?
She's born on the 5th of August.
So you're an auntie?
Yes, I am now.
Proud auntie, I'm sure.
Yep, very, very proud.
So what is the history behind these?
I don't know, but
Well, they're the bell taxes out of bell tax crochets. This is their first outing, so
they're fresh out of the field.
Fresh. Well, I wouldn't say out of the field. They're the first time out anyway.
And how many red cards have you had so far?
2 so far.
Fantastic. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Oes, mae yna ddathlu mawr wedi bod.
Well, there we are. Very successful day for them in the sheep ring. And just to remind you, just for a bit of fun, as we look forward tomorrow for the auction, and there'll be a lot of excitement in that cattle ring. But we've been running a kind of opinion poll as far as the sheep auction's concerned, the cattle auction is concerned, and the pig auction. And if you want any more information, then you can always look at our website, s4c.cymru/ffair-aeaf. Well, Ivan Jones-Evans in the steer section there we were looking at earlier on wasn't quite successful, needs a bit more feeding. But our time here on this, the first day of the Winter Fair, is slowly coming to an end. Of course, we'll be back tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning. And I think Ivan is just referring to the fact that Nia kind of blends in with the limousines in the background. I think he's referring to a coat. But there we are. As I said, our time here today has come to an end. But we will be back tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning. Until then, from all the team here, it's goodbye, and we'll see you tomorrow.